Hi guys, my name's Calamity Joe. Welcome back to a new Minecraft YouTube live stream on the Calamity Joe YouTube channel. Welcome. So, welcome to the stream. What the hell is that? That's so weird. Discord's giving me some sort of weird. Well, we're live on the Calamity Joe YouTube channel. So, it's another episode of Mindmas. So let's just play the Mindmas theme. Right, so you've heard the Mindmas theme, guys. You've heard the Mindmas theme. What, the Mindmas logo. So we actually are. It actually is Mindmas today. It is Mindmas today. We're gonna build something. We're gonna build some outer snow blocks. I've just been building a Christmas tree. That won't come out till tomorrow, though. You'll see the Christmas tree the day before it comes out. It's there. I quite like it, actually. Looks nice. What does it look like from here? We could have built another one on the other. We could have built another one on the other side. That would have been interesting, but I don't think we're not actually going to do that. But it's just an idea that's popped into our heads. It's just an idea that's popped into our heads, guys. No idea. Well, no idea if the idea is any good. There we go. So, just looking at some notifications to see. Sorry, YouTube's giving me some really long updates. There we go. So, what are we gonna build today then? Well, hello Cone, welcome to the stream. Right, let's go into here. Welcome to the stream. So I'm just gonna take this stuff with me. I'm just going to try and free up as much space as we possibly can. I've gathered a lot of wood. Cool world, thank you. I'm doing 25 videos in 25 days at Christmas, so we're currently working on my Winter Wonderland area. So, we built the tree, but the video of the tree doesn't come out till tomorrow. Surprisingly. I'm shooting this one before this one comes. This one's live before this one comes out. But it's one way of doing it. Right, we're just going to quickly head back to my Minecraft house a second. When I was putting up that tree, it kept giving us a tree that we didn't want. It kept giving us a tree, the type of tree that we didn't really want. So, if this was oak, I'd leave it here, but it's not. If we had like oak wood, we would have left it here, but we don't. We have spruce, because I think spruce is more of a Christmas style build, and well, more Christmas style building blocks, really. How is everybody on this stream? Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to turn my mic a bit. What are you building today? I want to build a castle out of ice. I want to build a castle out of ice, if you get what I mean. I want to see if we can do that. That would be pretty cool. So I just need to clean my inventory. Really, yeah, I want to build a castle out of ice. That's what I want to do today. What do I need to? That's not what I want. This is where I want. Yeah, we're gonna build a castle out of ice. Spruce, spruce, spruce. Then the dark. Get a job. What do you mean get a job? Technically, this is my job. Technically, this is my job. Technically. Thank you. Thank you, Adam Voros. That's really kind of you. Yeah. Technically, this is my job. Because I'm monetized, technically this technically is my job. It's not a job, it's a hobby. But technically I do get paid for it. I get paid for it by YouTube, so technically it does that's when it becomes a job. If you get what I mean. It does technically become a job if you're paid for it. Alright, what are we looking for? Right. What do I need? I was too preoccupied then in putting buckets away. I think I need some ice. Yeah, it is only a hobby, guys, if you do need ice. Yeah, I just gotta remember where ice is. Everything in this everything here is organized accordingly. Haha. That's why I came here. I need to get rid of this glowstone from my inventory. Because I have a lot in my inventory right now. So, glowstone. But yeah, guys, technically when you start getting paid for it, technically that's when it becomes less of a job, less of a hobby and more of a job. Right, I need to go and put this dirt away. Use snow golems as guards. I've got a sort of different idea there. Instead of using a snow golem as a guard, I want to coronate one. I want to coronate one king. Forgetting where I am. This house is organized. It's really badly. This house is old, guys. This world's old, guys. How old do you think this world is, guys? Like, I've had this world now since 2000. I've had this world since 2016. I just asked you guys to guess and then said how old it is. Like, my brain is rattled. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11:30 in the morning, guys. It's 11:30 in the morning. It's not a I'm not awake yet. My brain doesn't kick in till the rest of it. I thought it was 7 years. Nah, this world's 2016. 9 years. It's 9 years. 7 years ago would have been 2018. 7 years ago would have been 2018, which this world did have a lot of upgrades in 2018. The world in 2016-17 is pretty similar, but 2018 is where I suddenly just started. It was an explosion of building. Hello, Karen Blacusta. Welcome back. We're just thinking about where we want to build this ice castle. I don't actually think we can build it here, guys. I don't think we've got the space. I don't actually think we got the space to build it here. Hello, Sir Edward Baudet. Welcome to the stream. I don't actually think we can build it here due to the fact that due to the torches, but What else do I like to play? I mean, I like to play all the old Lego games, FIFA, and some other games like that. I don't often play them on the YouTube channel because people don't want me to... Well, it's not that people don't want me to play them. If I do play them... It's not that people don't want me to play them. If I do play them, we get an intro. We have an interesting one. If we have a really interesting one with put it on the side of the mountain. Yeah, we haven't got this. We haven't got the space because the snowland. We're not doing anything here because the Winter Wonderland stops right here. You're a cool guy, bro. Thank you. Oh, next to the snow globe. Yeah, we're not going to have enough room to build it here. Well, eventually we're going to have to... I think... I don't want to do it, though. I don't want to do this. But I think we might have to in the future. I didn't want to do it, though. Let's just sleep for a minute so it becomes daytime. And then I can show you guys what I mean. You could build a tower castle, though. We could do the patch of ice. You mean on here? Yeah, we can't do it here because this is an ice rink. We can't do it here because this is the ice rink. This is the ice rink, so we can't build it here. We haven't took the mountain far back enough yet to build it here. So we're a bit flummoxed here. Well, I don't want to get rid of that. I want to get rid of this hill, but I might have to get rid of it eventually. What do you guys think? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get rid of this hill. I don't want to get rid of this hill, but I might have to. This hill here, I really don't want to get rid of it. But like, well, we might just have to build it somewhere else, just not in the Winter Wonderland. That would work. Unless we would get rid of the river, but then the river floods, goes all the way to... This river goes all the way to home. An underground castle. How much is that off by? That's 4. But put a cave in the hole in that hill. That one. But that one is going down in the future. That one isn't staying. 4. That's 5. I suppose it doesn't have to be too big, does it? So 5, 2, 2, 5, that's 11. No, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I go now. Goodbye. How old are you? I'm guessing 16. I wish I was 16 again. Yeah, I'm not 16. I am... Yeah, you... No, I'm 22, actually. Yeah. When everyone... Can I just say this, guys? If anyone ever asks me how old I am on stream, can you guys not say anything? Because it's funner to watch people guess. It's fun to watch people guess because Cone has just predicted 16. Cone has just predicted 16. Somebody else has just predicted... other people have predicted in their 20s. Hey, you said you were 23. Yeah, I'm not. I said I'd be 23 in 23 days. So I'm not 23. Iced cheese? No, it's a castle. Hello, Dr. Fifu. What's your name? Damn, you sound young. Yeah, it might be because I'm short or something like that. It might be because I'm short. But then, I'm not... I still am young. I still am young, if you get what I mean. I'm not old. So, yeah. No, because I said 23. I said I was 23 in 23 days yesterday. Can you build a throne inside the castle? I don't know what I'm going to build yet for this castle. I just need to plug my laptop charger in. Just, yeah. I might sound younger because, well, the interesting thing about that, Cone, is the fact that you've said I sound younger, whereas I've had other people tell me that I sound older. You can put a Yeti cave in that hill. Which one? You talking about that one? Or this one? Are you talking about the one which looks like it's been ripped apart? You're correct. Well, yeah, we're creating an ice castle. That was what I wanted. That's something that I wanted to create. Yeah, the smaller one. This one. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with it at the moment. That one's not going to be there. I'm taking that mountain down. We've been taking this mountain. We've been taking that mountain down for a fair old while. I will disappear. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hello, Red Hot Toucan. Welcome to the stream. Right. Let's just go in. Well, I was using TNT, but I'm using a pickaxe as well. I'll go show you the progress in a minute. I'll show you guys the progress after we finish this. First like of the day. Cool. Thank you for liking. That's kind of you. I'm younger than you. Yeah. But I'm still young. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm still young. Oh no. What are we building? We're building a castle out of ice. Are you going to add unique designs? Well, I'm going to try and add unique designs, but castle build, as I've said numerous times before, though, castle building is not my specialty. I'm not the best. I'm younger than you. Cool. Most people who watch my streams now are, apart from a scattering of people. Where am I from? I'm from the UK, so I'm British. There we go. So, let's go up. Let's go up. Right. Do I love my job? Well, technically this is my job. I wouldn't say it's a job though. It's just something that I've loved to do for years. but technically, because I'm monetized. Technically, it's a job, but it doesn't feel like a job. I am this channel's US ambassador. No, you're not. To be an ambassador, you have to be appointed. Do I make money? From YouTube, technically, but it's not a lot. Yeah, so it's a job. But I say it doesn't feel like one. It doesn't feel like one. So, what have we got so far? Oh, pardon me. Can you appoint me? You're 10 years old. Cool. You shouldn't be on YouTube when you're 10 years old, though. So I don't think you should go and... Can you change your world to be a multiplayer one? No, this is Legacy Console Edition. So if you... Yeah, yeah, Kerem Lacusta, you shouldn't turn around and say you're 10 years old on YouTube, because that's just a surefire way to get you banned, because that is... You shouldn't be on YouTube when you're 10 years old. I love how it's coming out. Yeah, please appoint me as ambassador for this channel. But you don't appoint ambassadors for YouTube channels. You might appoint an ambassador for like a football club or a business, but this isn't a business. This isn't a business, Red Hot Toucan. This is a YouTube channel. You can't have a US ambassador for a YouTube channel. That's like a joking kind of way. Yeah. No. I should be the US ambassador. I should be my own ambassador for the United States. I might civilize the United States. I'm joking. I'm joking, guys. Yeah. What's my favourite food? Oh. Actually, there are most views on vids of topics like games now are mostly kids. Yeah, but it's still 13 years and up, because YouTube isn't for kids. Egg is a Brit, right? Yes, I think egg is British. Yeah, what I mean the crystallized emerald is that YouTube's not for kids. So basically, YouTube's not a TV channel. In the UK, for example, TV channels TV channels are regulated. So things that are there's certain stuff you can't show on children's TV channels. Who unfollowed? I didn't notice any. I didn't notice. If someone has unfollowed, I didn't notice. Oh my god, we've hit 7,520. I didn't know that. We want to hit 8K by my birthday, guys. It's in 22 days. Yeah, but yeah, YouTube's not a TV channel, so basically there's stuff that children shouldn't see on YouTube, because unlike TV channels, YouTube cannot be regulated, because YouTube's not a TV channel. Anyone can post to YouTube. So literally, YouTube's not regulated, so I could post a video right now. Not really, no. Not really. It would be a bit cliche to say, oh yeah, I was inspired by all these people, when I technically wasn't. I started my YouTube channel just because I needed a place to upload my Lego stop motion that I was entering into a competition. That's the truth, guys. That is the truth. I'm only here. But no, YouTube, that's not how YouTube works. YouTube just recommends it to anyone. I will try and help. No one would want to watch a small Minecraft creator from the UK. No, they would. They would. The difference is, Red Hot Toucan, the Americans love the British, so basically you love all our stars. The thing is, this is the thing with America. Americans love British shows. Americans love British TV shows. They love British stars, British actors. They love everything British. It's a weird one. It's like America love the British royal family. From my part of the US. Well, Americans love Britain. It's like the Americans love the British royal... Sorry, but they don't. They do. They do. It's only in certain areas where they hate the United States. Well, in fact, Britain probably hate America more than... Britain probably hates their small parts, not even half. Yeah. Well, small is not... I'm going to say that's a minority. That's a minority. But what I'm talking about in the context... Why would an American love it? Because Americans love British... Americans probably wouldn't love me because I rip apart their culture a bit and how their culture is built on a pack of lies. That's probably... I rip apart America quite a bit and about how their history's been overly exaggerated. Who is my favourite YouTuber? Don't have one. Don't really have one. Americans probably would actually hate me, actually, saying that. Americans would hate me because I sort of rip apart American culture a little bit and how some of it was made up on lies. Like, I don't have scaffolding. It's Legacy Console Edition. I don't have scaffolding. This is the Nintendo Switch edition. Scaffolding wasn't added for like 2 updates. If you get what I mean, yeah, I do rip apart America a bit. I rip apart America a bit as a joke. I rip apart America a little bit as a joke. But it is true. Some American history has been built up on lies and over-exaggerations. It's like slavery, for example. Slavery, for example. It's like for example, slavery. America say they ended slavery. So America says it ended... What the hell? I can't see what I've done wrong there. So we get to the point where there's 3. So I've put one bit in the wrong place then. No, it should be a tiny corner. Why is it... You've got the pillars. Yeah, they're not going to be... I'm not adding them in yet. I'm not adding them in yet, just because I want to do this bit first. But yeah, talking about that. Like America, for example. America says about... Oh, what was it? America says America says that they ended slavery. Now, this is it, guys. America's right. I have done that, but it's called Climate of Joe's Stream Shoutout Wall. I haven't been there in a couple of days, actually. this wall that I've built, it's called Calamity of Joe's Stream Shoutout Wall. It's really hard to see what I've done wrong here. So yeah, to go on to that point I was making, sorry, because I stopped to read comments. America says they ended, like, American history and how some of it's been, like, exaggerated. Like, America say, oh, we ended slavery with Lincoln. But they didn't end slavery. Most of the world had ended slavery nearly 100 years before. Portugal had ended it 100 years before. I don't want to learn history, which is what. Yeah, but you don't want to learn history. I think. What do I listen to? Anything. Hello again, Sigma Squad. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I think history is a very important subject. I think people who ignore it, people who ignore history are bound to repeat it, which is why we're seeing what's happening across the globe right now. Do I like what? Never heard of it. I've put that block too high. The hell? Now tell me this don't look cool. So now this needs to go, that needs to go a little higher. Well, I don't exactly, the name rings a bell, but I've never heard of it in a context, never heard of it. But that's most likely because I don't sit around and just watch random stuff off YouTube. Coolest person I met today. Who is? Yeah, never heard of it. I have heard the name Thunk, but I just I know what Thunk is. I know what Thunk is, which is obviously. I know what Thunk is, not Funk. I don't know. You know why? Coolest person I met today, you know why. Oh, you referring to me or something? I just thought you were trying to say that you met someone cool today. I didn't know what I didn't know what you were talking about. Oh. Hello, Omnivale. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Omnivale? Oh, thank you for asking me how I am. I'm really good, by the way. Sorry. I didn't see your comment of asking you of you asking me how you are, of how I am. I didn't see this the next bit along. I just saw the hi, Joe. It's really kind of you. Thank you. Right. Okay, so that looks pretty cool. Now we've got to go up on this side and make this look cool. Oh, there we go. So, right, come on. Yeah. Is my mic on, guys? Yes, it is. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Omnivale. Alright. Is that because you're halfway through the exams? Is that because of the stress of the exams, Omnivale? That could actually be. You don't care about the money. You just care about the fun. Don't be like other people who do it for the money. Well, I don't do it for the money. I do it because I do it because I love making things. Is that? Do I have to go one block higher for this one? I can't see if I'm doing this right. Perfect. This is actually quite a challenging build, guys, because you can't see. But if you get what I mean, Omnivale, like, the exams are your most stressful thing in school. I'm back. I was watching, but I wanted to buy some Capri Sun. Cool. Oh, my eyes. Right, let's just quickly go to sleep. And we'll have a look what this castle looks like. How dare it? It just threw me out of bed. I've not been heavily stressed. No, but then sometimes with that the stress comes afterwards. Can we see your skin? I'm currently my skin would normally be a bunny rabbit. My skin would normally be a bunny rabbit, but I Capri Sun for my sister. Oh, cool. The Throne of Ice. I want to go grab some oak wood a second, because I want to go and make a door. I don't want. There was some chests in here. There was a chest in here full of stuff. That's just full of fish, but it's only a couple of chests and some. I'm assuming you love rabbits. No, I love elephants, but it's just I did it because I liked the idea of what Stampy and some other YouTubers did. Look, they played animals. They did a bit of a story about it, you know. I really liked some other YouTubers did it as well. And I'm like, I liked the idea, so I'm basically the Calamity Bunny. That's what I That's what I did. So I basically did the series as a bunny rabbit. They were goats. They were goats. Stampy no longer uploads. Well, no, but you got to think with him, he did it for so long. The thing is with him, he had justification. He did it for so long. The fact that, you know, 10-year-old kids. So basically, I would have been roughly 10 years old when his first Minecraft video came out. I would have been 10 years old when his first Minecraft Lovely World episode came out. By the time he did his last one, I was 21. So if you get what I mean, he was sat. The way he looked at it, he was sat there going, "Well, all the kids that loved his contents when they were younger, all the kids that loved his content when they were younger, they were all now like 20, 21, 22. And it was mainly, and the viewer count, basically the viewing count of his Minecraft series, was a lot lower. The viewing count of his Minecraft series is now was a lot lower. Yeah, Dan TDM still uploads, but Dan TDM was a bit different, where Stampy was exclusively Minecraft, pretty much. Whereas Dan TDM plays other games. Dan TDM plays other games a lot. He's basically adapted, whereas Stampy basically refused to adapt. Stampy in a very interesting one, chose not to adapt and just... He just chose not to adapt, which I think is I find that more incredible. The fact that he basically opted to not adapt. Because he could have done it. Stampy could have done it. He could have continued it. He even admitted that there was an option where he just continued doing it, but it got to the point where he basically did. He was re-airing old episodes on streams, and people were coming on those videos going, "Hello, fellow nostalgia rewatchers." And he didn't like that. Basically, what stemmed from that is he didn't like that. He thought people were coming and watching his content more because of nostalgia, rather than just watching the content. No, it's not that he didn't want to. There was an option. He had plans to continue it. He had plans that he would have done to continue it. But it just got to the point that there was other things that he wanted to do. There was other things he wanted to do. And the option... He had many options of what he could have done. But it got to the point that people weren't watching... people weren't really watching his legacy... Not his legacy videos. His Lovely World videos. I forget, because he moved him to Legacy, didn't he? It got to the point that people basically just weren't watching his videos anymore. And instead, he opted to end it. But, no offence though, Preston Plays, I think, has always been brain rot. That might sound a bit thing, but I've always thought his content was brain rot. His content, in my opinion, has never really changed. It's always been slightly. I think his content's always been sort of brain rotted. Let's just go get a bit of snow. because I want to add I want to add the 4th turret on. Nah, no, no. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, actually. So we won't. We won't add a 4th. We won't add... Yeah, I think it's because, though... How old are you, Cone? This is Legacy Console Edition 1.12, Atra Games. Yeah, how old are you, Cone? Because when you're younger, you don't tend to know. When you're younger, you don't tend to notice it. If you get what I mean. If you guys get what I mean, like when you're younger, you don't tend to notice how bad content is. Because you love the game. Because obviously you love the game that these people are playing. When you're younger, guys, you don't tend to notice that. It's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. So, like, when you're younger, you don't tend to notice. You don't tend to notice. Yeah. I've never really watched him though. But what I was saying is, when you're younger, you don't tend to notice whether Minecraft content's bad. You just love Minecraft, so you basically love anything to do with Minecraft, and that's normally how it goes. What do you guys think? We couldn't add the extra turret in because of the river, but 3 turrets look alright. But yeah, a lot of them do. Like I'm playing an old. I mean, look at me, guys. I'm playing an old version of Minecraft. I am absolutely loving it. But some of those big YouTubers, though, have made their money and then they don't care anymore. Like, for example, no, some of them don't even care about their. Some of them don't even care about their audiences. Obviously, some do, some don't. I have seen some of his older videos. So look at this, guys. In the last couple of days, we've built a few things. We built the sugar. We built the candy cane. We built the candy canes here. We built the candy canes there. We built the ice. We built the ice watchtower. We built the tree. We built the snow watchtower over there, and we've built the castle. Calamity of Joe's Winter Wonderland is growing so well. Perfect. So, what else should we build? Do you guys want to see? Do you guys Do you guys want to see some crazy builds that I've built over the years? We're just going to wait for it to go dark though, because it's nighttime, and it's probably better to see these builds at daytime. A fire statue. Interesting. Oh, sorry. I've got a really itchy foot. Guys, almost Christmas. 20 days. 20 days till Christmas. Obviously, Christmas doesn't feel the same when you're older, but it's a beautiful a tank. That'll be interesting. I've never built a tank. Right. So, I think there's tutorials. Cool. Right, guys, we're gonna go to a couple of builds that I really like that I've built over the years. An ice pirate ship. That's something that I have designed. I've got designs for that on my ideas board where I designed on my builds. That's something that I want to build. I think we're going to start with a snow globe. A cannon. We're going to start with a snow globe, guys. Of all our big builds, we're going to start with the snow globe. It's just there. Just gonna put my control down for a second. What do you guys think of the snow globe from here? The snow globe looks good from here. Blimey. Huge. Thank you to the person that has subscribed, by the way. As it stands, we are 80 subscribers away from hitting 7,600. That would be amazing if we could hit that by the end of the month. Well, no, the end of the week. I want to hit 8k by my birthday, guys. We're 480 away. And we got 22 days. Here's a snow globe, everybody. I'm about to charge my chest as a storage building. That is cool, but I don't need a storage. I don't need a storage building at the moment. So I'm going to go up to the top of the mountain, so you guys can see the snow globe a little bit better. Okay, sorry. No, it's all right. You just suggested an idea, but we do already have a storage room. But building a chest though, I might do that. So this is the snow globe, guys. This is my world, by the way, guys. This is like a viewing point. This is my world. The little snow area we were in was a tiny inkling of what this world is. The little snowy area was is a tiny inkling of what we've built over the last 10 years. Near 10 years. Oh god. So, this is the snow globe. Do 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 do. 7,521 of you have subscribed, which is really kind. So, we've got a pyramid here. We've got a house made out of dirt there. We got an igloo made out of ice. Well, no, an ice dome. And the secret thing about this snow globe is the fact that you can get in it. You can get in this snow globe. So we're in it. We're in the snow globe, guys. There's generally a way in. And it offers 360-degree panoramic views of the whole world. You a TV? Am I a TV? Oh, sorry, my nose is a bit blocked. There we go. Let's go down. ATV. No, the U is old. Older TV. meant you could build a TV. Like a working one. We have built a working one. We have built like a working TV. I can go and show you guys it. Sorry, my nose is... Because I've been streaming for a bit, my nose is a bit... I started streaming not that long after waking up. Which is not the best thing in the world. Not the best thing in the world to do. But, you know. Yeah. There we go. So, let's go down here. Oh, no. Oh no, we're trapped! Working TV. Should change that to black, really. You got everything, bro. Well, I have played this world for a long time. We've even got an escape exit out here. We've even got an escape exit. Into the river. I'm going to take you guys to somewhere cool in a second. There's a snow globe again. It's huge, isn't it? It's 53 blocks tall, 32 blocks wide. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. I just want to go get a drink of water. Just want to get a drink of water. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Sorry, I just had to go and quickly get a drink, guys. My throat was a little dry. So, right, let's quickly go and find the nearest bed. So the nearest bed to here... Actually, we might as well continue for a little bit. We were gonna go. I was gonna go and show you the dock. I was gonna go and show you the Docklands. I was gonna. This is Harmony Plaza, by the way. This is Harmony Plaza. I was gonna show you the Docklands, but we might as well go there because there's a bed there. So if we take this path here, we go to the docks. That's a genuinely built end ship. That's a genuinely built end ship. I copied the end ship totally. We've got a pirate ship right here. And a submarine. So and then we got that build. Which I'll mention what that build was in a second. There we go. There we go. So perfect. This is the submarine. This is Mr. Cuddlesworth's house. He lives here. He basically runs the ship for me. So this is a pirate ship. This is the captain's quarters. This is where the crew sleep. And then we can even get up into the... We can get up here. There isn't a crow's nest. There aren't a crow's nest, but you can partially see where we're going. Over here, though, you can see the nether quarry. Over here, guys, you can see the nether quarry. Oh. You guys can see the nether quarry. Have I seen Pirates of the Caribbean? How old do you think I am? Pirates of the Caribbean came out the year after I was born. Of course I've watched Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean is massive in the UK because a lot of the cast were British. Pirates of the Caribbean is massive in the UK because most of the cast were British. Maybe I should build a blimp. What's a blimp? Are you talking about a hot air? Are you talking about a balloon? Like a... You talking about... Oh... Yeah. A zeppelin. That's what we call them. Well, a zeppelin is an airship that's with internal metal framework that holds its shape, while a blimp is a non-rigid airship that relies on internal pressure of its lifting gas. Yeah, there's a difference, but we just call them airships sometimes. But yeah, they're called blimps. Hello, the student of war. Are you a student of war? So you're an army. You're an army person then. Welcome to the stream. Oh, my nose. Yeah, hello, the student of war. Welcome to the stream. I have no idea if they're still watching. I'm going to sneeze. Give me a sec. I'm going to sneeze. So, should I go over to the nether quarry now? Or should I go up to the lighthouse and show you the nether quarry from the top of the lighthouse? I possibly... The boat looks cool. Thank you. That's really kind of you. We've built an end ship, a submarine, and an old pirate ship. Yeah, I'm gonna go up the top of the lighthouse because you get a good view. You get a good view of the world from up there, guys. You get a good view. Oh my god, my nose. But thank you, the student of war. Is that a title? You were like a military soldier or something. Should almost be there now. This should be the last one. Then we should be at the. We should be here now. Yeah. Right. Let's go this way first. Look at that, guys. Look at that. This is all the stuff that I've built. This is all the stuff that I've built. Well, this is not all the stuff. There's just more ever. Build a hospital. I could do that. It's more philosophical. Oh, cool. There's stuff everywhere, guys. I've even built like buildings underwater. You can see one there and you can see one over there. How long did it take you? This world, 9 years. I've been building this. I've been playing this world for 9 years. I've been playing on this world. This Minecraft world. I've been playing on it since 2016. So I started this Minecraft world in 2016. So I've been playing on it since then. So I've been playing on this world for almost 9 years. Ironically, there's 9 people watching, which is kind of funny at the same time. Yeah, I've been playing this Minecraft world since 2016. I had a person comment on my stream. The other day. Oh, so you created this world when I was 4. So I started to feel old, guys. I felt old. Yeah, I've been playing this world since 2000 and I've been playing this world since 2016. So as you can imagine, I've been playing this world for a very long time. In fact, shall I go and show you the nether quarry now? Can I get a shutout? Can I get a shutout? I'm not going to give any shoutouts out until we hit 300 views on the stream. We're 12 views away. This is the nether quarry, guys. This is the nether quarry. This took me a month. This took me an hour. This took me 2 hours to build, but a month to get rid of the water for. I have no idea what you're talking about, Karim Lacusta. Yeah, so this is the nether quarry, guys. This is the nether quarry. This took a month to tunnel out. This took a month to actually get out of the water. So it's basically, I call it the nether quarry, but it's more like, but it can be, it's also got the additional name of the hole to hell. Because it does look like a hole to hell. Because back in the day, I want to jump from here and see if we can land in the water, but Build a YouTube logo. I could do that. I could do that. We'll think about doing that later on the stream. I'm just going to go down so we can see the nether quarry. So you guys can see what I mean by the nether quarry. Alright, let's pop down here. We need to stop when we see stone. There we go. See stone, turn, close the door, hop around, and then we can go to here. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Build a sword statue. That's a cool idea. What do you guys think of this build? It's crazy. So I can tell you, hello Ramels Samonte, welcome to the stream. All right, let's go. Let's go down the stairs. So, as you can imagine, guys, we're actually at the bottom of the ocean right now. We're actually at the bottom of the ocean. We are actually at the bottom of the ocean. Brian from yesterday. I know you from yesterday. I remember your name. I remembered you from yesterday. Literally, I don't forget people. This build was incredible. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I knew that sneeze was coming. Ugh, there we go. That's cool, bro. Thank you. Oh. Let's go to the nearest bed. The nearest bed, I believe. The nearest. You gave me a jump start. Do you mean a jump scare? The nearest bed. The nearest bed is the leaf house. Jump scare. Do I have a cold? No, I just have hay fever. My hay fever affects me sometimes. So basically, if it's... You don't have to have a cold to sneeze. Basically, it's just my bedroom was slightly dusty and I sneezed. Because dust is quite hard to get rid of, guys. Oh. There we go. It's also that if I'm streaming, sometimes my nose blocks up. Build a horse statue. I want to do that. That's something I want to do. Sorry, I was just reading something. Are you still alive? Yeah, I was just reading something a second. Yeah. I'm alive, guys. I was just reading something a second. No, I'm not going to get a bottle of water. I'm just reading something. Oh. I'm not bad, but not good at drawing dragons. Yeah, I'm not good at drawing at all. I'm not good at drawing at all, guys. So you're better than me, probably. Guys, I got some. I feel like taking people down memory lane. I've built your childhoods, guys. Build a supermarket. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Those are builds I can't build. That's a build I can't build right now because I'd wanna have a design. Do you like to draw? Well, I used to, but I don't draw as much anymore because I'm terrible at drawing. Guys, I have built your childhoods. I've built a lot of your childhoods, guys. But I'm a kid. You're an idea generator. Cool. So am I. I have 1 trillion ideas, but some of them are just impossible. I built your childhoods, guys. Do I have a girlfriend? No. I've built your childhoods, guys. Oh. Why is... that's why. People's comments aren't showing up on my screen. There we go. Yeah, I built everyone's childhood here. What do you guys think? Made it detailed? You have a crush, but you look at her like a girlfriend. And you just said you're 11. Yeah, you shouldn't have crushes. Can make a grown man cry. Yeah, well, it doesn't make me cry. It doesn't make me cry, but because I don't really cry that much, but I do cry watching films though. I do cry watching films. Guys, how old were you when Stampy brought out his first video? They call us like a couple. Yeah. But you just said you're 11, so you shouldn't have girlfriends or crushes at 11. That's too early for that stuff. No Lego? Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I forgot about that. I do apologise, ROA. I forgot. I totally forgot. Guys, because it's Christmas time, I will give you some extra content. Yeah, it's because of this. I forgot ROA, but also I need to bring out a Minecraft video today as well. I needed to bring out some Minecraft today for 25 videos in 25 days. So I had to bring out something Minecraft for today as well. I had to bring out something Minecraft for today because it's I do 25 Minecraft videos on my survival world in 25 days at Christmas. So, because I couldn't think of any ideas, I decided to stream one. 20 more days, yeah. So you'll have 20 more videos on this world over the next 20 days. Some of them are going to be streams. Some of them will be streams. It just kills the editing time. I did actually forget about that. I will do a Lego stream. I will do a Lego stream. Perhaps I'll do one tomorrow. Perhaps I'll do one tomorrow. Perhaps I'll do the last 2 levels of Lego Batman tomorrow. And then maybe we'll do Lego Batman. Try and do a bit of Lego Batman 2 as well, or something like that. No, we'll have to do Lego. No. Yeah, we'll do Lego. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do Lego Batman 2, then Lego Batman 3. Lego Batman 4 comes out in. Lego Batman 4 comes out next year. Yeah, I can't believe Christmas is almost here. Christmas is almost here. I can't believe it's almost the end of the year. Build a Batman statue. I can't believe Christmas is almost here. Which is your first Lego game, ROA? Which was your first Lego game? Which was your first Lego game? Lego Horizon Event. I have heard of that one. Yeah, mine was Lego Batman the video game. Mine was Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga 2007. 2007, guys. That was my first Lego game. 2007. I was 5. Have I done a face reveal? You don't want to know what you guys don't want to know what I look like. Right, honestly, you don't. What? There's going to be a stream every day. There's always a stream every day. What's wrong with how you look like? I'm joking. I am joking. I was making a joke that no one wants to know that I'm short and fat. What? They don't have Lego Guardians of the Galaxy. They don't have Lego Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy is part of Marvel Superheroes 2. Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga is basically just Star Wars. Yeah, I always stream. I stream every day. Ooh. Oh. That goddamn font will make me blind. Yeah. Yeah, I'm making a joke, Cone. I'm making a joke. I make a lot of jokes about me being short and fat. I make a lot of jokes about it. A to promote a bit of positivity. I'm not actually that short, guys, or I'm not actually that fat. Can I go to the end? We can do. There's not much there though, because I defeated the Ender Dragon. Let's just go grab some stuff though. Bro, gotta go. That's alright. Thank you for watching the stream, Rommel Samonte. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, I'm not actually that short, guys. I'm not actually that fat. We could do that. But then I'm never going to build anything in the end though, because I reset the end quite often to fight the Ender Dragon. Because it's Legacy Console Edition, you can reset the end and the Ender Dragon. Thank you to the people who subscribed. We are 78 subscribers off hitting 7,600. I nearly said 6,700 then, but obviously that was a couple of months ago. Oh, hold on a minute. We can put that in there. We can rush back here now because I've got 49 ice left over. We used a lot of ice on that build. I'm only coming here because I would like some ender pearls. But now, to get to the end, we need to go somewhere. To get to the end, there's only one way you can get to the end on here now. To get to the end on here now, we have to go. Let's just quickly go to the bed. Let's go to the bed on the hill here, because it's night time. Let's go to the end here. Thank you to the person who subscribed. That's really kind of you. We're going to go to the... we have to go to the train station right there. We have to go to the train station right here. Because... the only place we can get to... The only way we can get to the end is going down the tunnel. And, yeah, we will need to go this way. And then we need to go this way. So... we have to be careful in a minute because we will go into... in a few minutes, in a few seconds, we will go into a ravine. In a few seconds, we will go into a ravine. This one. And then we've got to be extra careful again because in a few seconds we will also go into another ravine, which I found out rather recently that this ravine and that ravine are actually one big ravine. Well, we give out shout outs on the shout out wall, we just haven't done any yet. Bro, guess where I am? I don't know, on holiday? I don't know. Hello, Z-Sing Time. Welcome to the stream. Yes, but I'm in Kuala Lumpur. Cool. I got a full set of diamond armor and yesterday in my legacy war. Cool, cool. How are you, not Mr. Void? And I saw the tallest building in Malaysia. Cool. I'm doing good. I'm just coming home from school. Cool. Cool. There's some tall buildings in the world now. Some of them are just ridiculous. Goodbye, Z-Sing Sim. Have a good rest of your day. I was about to make a joke. In sooner or later we're gonna drop through. We're gonna find the bottom, but I was about to make a joke that sooner or later we're gonna find the void, but there we go. We found the void. We were trying to see where we could find the void. So we've gone all the way down. We've actually gathered a lot of end stone, which is just, you know, it's a useful block for us to... It's a useful block for us to have. I love the end because of the void. I just love it. It just... See y'all. Have a good day. The crystallized emerald. Oh my god, guys. My chin's itchy. Goodbye, Cone. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. Sorry, I didn't see some people's comments then. My laptop is going flat. There we go. So, I don't know. I'm only in the end because people wanted to see what the end looked like. Oh. I'm only in the end because people wanted to see what the end looked like, so I showed them. You serious? Please say that it lands on the top of the house. Good. Right, let's go this way then. Let's go all the way down. And then we can see what happens. Well, not see what happens, but then we can deliver this stuff to the chest room. So, we need to skirt into this little doorway here. Because we did that, we picked up some endstone, which we didn't have a lot of. We didn't have a lot of endstone, so that's pretty good. Yeah, so, what do you guys think? What would you guys like to see us do now? Starting to yawn. Right, so... Netflix acquires Warner Bros. Oh no, I don't like these things doing it. I don't like it. That means Netflix now own DC. So Netflix now owns Warner Brothers, guys. So, all the Harry Potter films will now come under Netflix, will now be on Netflix and things like that. But Paramount, Netflix have bought it, but Paramount were going to buy it. Jesus. Netflix is trash. Yeah, Netflix just bought Warner Brothers. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with with all the big film companies being now owned by these streaming sites. I don't agree with it. I need to go bye. Goodbye, Karen Lukuster. Have a good rest of your day. I don't agree with that. It's because back in the 1940s, the Americans, basically Warner Brothers, Paramount, RKO, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, they all owned their own cinemas, and basically it meant smaller film companies like Disney, like Walt Disney Pictures, couldn't get their films shown in cinemas. And they went to court called the Paramount Act, and it basically banned film companies from owning their own distribution. And now, with these streaming sites, they now own their distribution again, which basically is in violation of the Paramount Act. The Paramount Act was to stopped film companies from owning their own cinemas. It basically meant that if you worked for Warner Brothers, you couldn't work for Disney. If you were a Warner Brothers, if it was a Warner Brothers cinema, you only Warner Brothers pictures could be shown. Well, Disney Plus is a bit different. Disney does deals for stuff. So Disney's just done a deal with BBC and ITV. So some of ITV and BBC's biggest dramas in the UK are now on Disney Plus. I don't like the streaming companies in general. I think it's better to buy it on DVD. I think it's better to buy it on DVD because it means more money goes to the films. I will not stop buying films on DVD. The problem is Netflix started that because Netflix started out as a DVD rental company, and then they decided to turn it digital. But what if the power goes out? If you lose power, if your internet's down, you're flummoxed because you can't watch anything. If the internet goes down, you're flummoxed because it means you can't watch anything. Whereas I can turn around if the internet goes down, guys. Oh, just stick the DVD in and I'll continue watching it on DVD. Everyone's like, digital's better. It's not. Digital is not better. I like how you said power at first and caught yourself. Yeah, I went to say internet and then I said power. Well, no, actually, no. Even if power, I've got a portable screen and portable DVD player which is battery powered. I've got a portable DVD player that's battery powered. So most people don't have that though. Well, most people have DVD players because, you know, streaming sites have only been popular for the last like 5-6 years. Like Disney Plus, Netflix might have started it, and Amazon Prime and Prime Video. But Disney Plus pretty much changed the game in that regard. But Disney would have made millions. Disney would have made millions if they'd have put The Mandalorian on DVD during lockdown. They would have made a killing because how many people would have bought it? Like, if Disney had brought out some of the shit that Disney, Netflix and that had brought out on and Amazon had released, imagine if they'd have brought that shit out on DVD. How many people would have watched it? How many people would have bought it? Literally, they could have made bank. They could have made loads. Because during the COVID lockdowns, like random TV shows that nobody had ever heard of, literally just took off and become like number ones because people were just sat there and watched things. Like Squid Game would have never if it hadn't been for COVID, Squid Game would have never taken off. It just happened to be that Squid Game took off and everyone was sat at home. Fun fact, if you have Disney Plus, you waive your right to bring a lawsuit against Disney for any reason in perpetuity. I didn't know that. But that is Disney. A law got brought out against Disney a few years ago to stop them buying competition. Like Amazon. I only have Amazon. I only had Amazon. I only have Amazon because the Premier League used to be on it. The English Premier League used to have a couple of matches on Amazon a season. They don't anymore. I found out that a couple of weeks ago, but I still have it because obviously there's a lot of films on there. I can't even watch Disney Plus. Disney Plus has gone wrong on my TV and it won't play any films, so I can't even watch it. I should make a complaint about that, really. I can't even watch it. I should get a refund, really. I'm paying for it. Yeah, I can't watch it. Well, I'm paying for it, and my dad can watch it on his TV, but I can't. I can't watch it. Came from Minecraft State for the way he said Amazon. Amazon. Yeah. Well, it's my accent. My accent is like that. Like, personally, Disney, I think, should still be called Walt Disney. Walt Disney Pictures. I don't like when they change names after like hundreds of years. It's like it would be the same if Everton decided that they wanted to be called the Liverpool Rangers or something, because technically Everton are from Liverpool. Like, but it's been called Everton for so long. Why change it? Which obviously Everton aren't changing their name, but do you get what I mean? Like, if you change it, like, there's a shop in the UK called WH Smith. WH Smith had existed for ages, and the guy that bought it changed the name recently, and to TG Jones, and like, it's wrong because WH Smith, like, it should still be called WH Smith, because WH Smith was its name for 200 years. Like, I don't get that, changing the name after 200 years. If it's been called something for 200 years, it's like Coke. It's like Coca-Cola. Imagine changing Coca-Cola now after... I don't know how old Coca-Cola is. But imagine changing the name now. Coca-Cola. Age. Coca-Cola age. 138 years old. Yeah, imagine changing the name now. Well, it's 100. It's 139 really. 1886. So it's 139. That's like changing the name of Coca-Cola after nearly 140 years. Do you guys get what I mean? Or am I just going off on this tangent? So if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But yeah, guys, weird, very weird. Interested. Right, I'm gonna shove this in my Discord server in a minute because I've studied film. And got a degree in it. I'm gonna put it in the film section. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, how are you, David? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Sorry, I feel rude. I didn't ask you how you are. Yeah. Let's find a Minecraft bed, guys, because it's almost night time again. Where is all the beds? There we go. Perfect. There we go. I'm just going to mute myself for 2 seconds. My nose is a bit blocked. Right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Just gonna open a window. I need to get some air in here. But yeah, streaming sites owning film companies is against the Paramount Act, which obviously is very vital in films. It makes it harder for smaller companies to get their films in cinemas, because most independent films, to get it in cinema, are bought by big companies and then distributed by them. But now that they're owned by the streaming sites, they'll just go onto a streaming site, and then you don't get the potential revenue from the box office from cinema sales, which that is wrong. Like, for example, a couple of local cinemas around my area of the UK were all going bankrupt roughly 15 years ago. Roughly 17 or 18 years ago. 17 or 18 years ago, a couple of cinemas across my area of the UK were going bankrupt. And, there was one film that came out, and it basically saved a lot of local cinemas. So are you denying that opportunity to cinemas? Oh. I'm just going to get a quick drink. My throat's a little dry. Right, I'm back. Sorry guys, I just had to go and get a drink because my throat was a little dry. Right, so what should we build? What should we build? Thank you to the people who've subscribed. As it stands, guys, I am ever so close to hitting 7,600. We are 77 away. Let's see if we can do that soon. That would be incredible. Oh my god, 400 of you have watched this stream in the last hour and 50 minutes. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible, guys. Literally, over 400 of you have watched this stream. Incredible, guys. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So, what are we going to do? What are we going to build? What are we going to do? I have no idea. We've built a snow castle in the... We've built a Christmas tree. That's quite cool for me, doesn't it? Actually, should we go to the Christmas texture pack? Good idea. Let's go to the Christmas texture pack. Right. Festive. Right. So this is what the world would look like. Where the hell am I? Oh, we're on the mountain. So, should we go see what some of these builds looks like? I quite like the idea of building something in one of these texture packs one day. And then seeing what it looked like afterwards. Hmm. The ice castle looks kind of cool. I will admit though, the turret, the watchtower here just looks the same. The watchtower here looks the same. It's just the ice looks a different shade. Hello, Yelvi was here. Welcome back to the stream. We're just on my Minecraft Survival Legacy world. I've just put us to festive texture pack because we're in the Winter Wonderland, my Winter Wonderland area. We're in my Winter Wonderland area, so we're sort of looking around. We're looking around at some of the builds we've built so far. So this is our polar bear exhibit, guys. Ooh. The ice house practically just looks the same. Like, some of these blocks look the same as well. Some of these bits just look the same. Yeah. What do we do? 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 Look at the moon. It's huge. The moon actually looks like a moon for once. The moon actually looks like a moon. I wonder what the temperature is. It's freezing. Do ah ba ba boom ba ba bing ba ba bing ba ba bing ba ba boom 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 bing bing bong. So, hello kitten. I don't know why you're here, but you can come up. Come up here. Come on. You'll be somewhere safe. Yes. I'm going to open the door, and you can come in to live in this house where you might actually be more comfy. Come on. Come on, kitten. Kitten. I know you're in the. I know you're peeking in. Come on. The front door's open for you. Come on. Who's going off on the sunset? Yay! He's coming. He's coming. Come on. He just teleported through one side and out the other side, didn't he? Come on, kitten. 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 Do I have to lead you? I haven't got any lead. I haven't got a lead. But come on. Come on. Right. Oh shoot! I wasn't trying to do that. How did that happen? Okay. just trying to work that out. Look, you can't sit him down. Look. Ah. Come on. Take a seat. Sit. Kitten, sit. Why would he sit? That's so weird. It's my cat. It's my cat because we It's my Minecraft cat because I obviously I sat him up out on the bridge, just there, like there. But now he won't sit. Hey, what's it? Nice to the house, bro. Thank you. This isn't a shader. This isn't a shader. This is generally just a Minecraft texture. This is just a genuine legacy texture pack. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with the cat. The cat won't sit. But we literally we found the cat over there, got him to stand, got the cat to stand up, and now the cat won't sit down. Oh, that's my helmet. I'll be back in a second. Sorry, an Amazon package turned up. Hello, what is it for 3 years? This is a festive texture pack. It is. It is. Sorry, I was here and I wasn't aware that an Amazon package was meant to turn up today, so I had to go and get that in. How are you, Watching It 53? I knew it. Yeah. Oh. Mini game ideas. Yeah, I've never put anything on it. I've never put anything on it. Yeah. I've just put it on because I've got a Winter Wonderland build area over here. I've got a Winter Wonderland area over here, and I just thought I'd turn it on just to see what the Winter Wonderland looked like. So this is the Winter Wonderland. Welcome to the Winter Wonderland. And we've just got snow builds that we've built here over the years. We've got monuments like ice houses, ice blocks, a polar bear exhibit. We built an ice castle earlier on this morning. I built the Christmas tree. Videos coming out tomorrow. We've got candy canes. We built an ice and a snow watchtower. By the way, I'm good. That's great to hear. Right, what am I doing, guys? I was going to do something. I don't know what we should build next. I feel like we should build something else which is like Christmassy. I feel like we should build something else which is kind of Christmassy. Oh, hold on a minute. The World Cup draws are out. England FC. World Cup fixtures. But the group draws were today. The World Cup draws were today. So England was in pot 1, so we weren't gonna. England was in pot 1, so we weren't gonna play. We aren't gonna play Canada, Mexico, United States, Spain, Argentina, France, England, well, we can't play England because we are England. Portugal, Brazil, Netherlands, Germany. So we can play anyone from these 4. Some of the big we won't be. Some of them we won't be able to play. I'm hoping we get one from each one. Would be nice. And now a good draw for England would be nice. Right, Group A is Mexico. Group B is Canada. Nobody else has known about it yet. I thought it was today at 12 o'clock. Oh, perhaps it's perhaps it's the US at 12. Perhaps it's 12 o'clock in the US then. Bro, hello Sad Yasero official. Welcome to the stream. Build the ultimate igloo. We can build an igloo. Let's just go. We can build an igloo. Just need to go and grab some stone. Actually, I don't think we'll build it here. Actually, Watch the Joke 53, because we've already got like 15 igloos. Actually, I don't think we'll build that today because we've already got 15. We've already got 15 igloos here. We've got 1, 2. Right. You are a weird kitty cat. Come on. Get off there. Come on. Get down. Get down, kitty cat. Get down. Come on. Hello, Sad Official. Welcome. Igloo family. Right. Let's get this cat into an igloo. This cat's been doing my head in. He wouldn't sit in that. I got him into one house, then he wouldn't sit down. Right, there we go. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, hold on. I've lost count. I've lost. Give me 2 seconds, everybody. I've lost count. Ready? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think it's 14 then. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 14. We got 14 igloos. Bro, 6, 7. And then you got, well, why was 6 scared of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. Guys, we're about to cross 500 views on this stream. We're about to cross 500 views on this stream. Incredible. Just gonna check my Discord notifications. I'm going to delete FH Fifu's comments in my Discord server because he's put it in the movie chat. So basically, they're not. That's nothing to do with movies. Those his new profile pictures nothing to do with movies. Hello, Mabatogo, 123. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's just go into an igloo. Let's just go into say this one. Every igloo, guys, has a bed, and I did that recently. Every igloo has a bed. I decorated them all recently. Build a massive candy cane tree. I built a massive Christmas tree. I don't know how to make a candy cane tree. That's something that I would look at maybe next week. What are those green doors? What green doors? They're outdoors. They're outdoors. They're outdoors. It's a texture pack. It's the festive texture pack, so it's just outdoors. It's the festive texture pack. It's just, it looks slightly. It looks slightly different. Like stone bricks. Should we quickly go to shall we pretty much go to candy a minute? Honestly, candy texture pack looks like chocolate. Candy texture pack, stone bricks look like chocolate. Candy texture pack, literally. Is that meant to be a football field? Yeah. I built one because why not? I think you'll definitely find with me, guys, that it gets to the point I just build whatever comes to my head. So if I have like a daft idea that's no idea is a bad idea. So everything's built. So this one just looks the same. This build here just looks the same. It just looks more vibrant. This texture pack, it just makes colours more vibrant. So although the Christmas tree looks a bit naff in this version, doesn't it? Minecraft Legacy Console. The Christmas tree looks a bit naff, doesn't it? Ice just looks like ice looks generally like blocks. That just looks cool in every. That looks kind of. This looks weird, doesn't it? This looks really weird in this edition. So. Is that a texture pack or a game? This is a texture pack. This is Minecraft Legacy Console. This is the Legacy texture pack. Yeah, it is slightly similar. I hate the glass in both of them though, because you could hardly see. You can't see through it hardly. Let's go look for the most bizarre build. Like it looks like I'm getting really hungry for chocolate now. I'm getting really hungry for chocolate. I'm getting really hungry for chocolate because the stone bricks looks like pure chocolate. What are those windows? Pink grass. Yeah, it's the candy texture pack. So obviously, Never Brick looks like just wrappers. Nintendo Switch. So the Gladiator Arena looks the same. Tell you what won't look the same though. The lights out the lights out game. Like, the lights out game looks so bizarre. No, Legacy Console Edition. 4J Studios' Minecraft version. There we go. Tell you what, it does look cool. This just looks the same. It just looks more vibrant. They might be young. They might be young. What is it? 53. Like Legacy Console Edition. Legacy Console Edition has been discontinued for so long now, people were basically brought up with Bedrock. Basically, somebody that's been playing Minecraft for 6 years now, for somebody that's been playing Minecraft for like 7 years now, would not even know what Legacy Console Edition was. But look at it, guys. It looks amazing. Tell you what, spruce saplings look like ice cream cones. There's a couple of things here I wonder what they would look like. I wonder what the snow globe looks like. Actually, second thoughts. Oh my god! Look at the snow globe, guys. Look at the snow globe. Now it don't even look like a snow globe in Candy Texture Pack. Build a 1x1 of your skin. A lot of people want me to do that. It's going to take me a while on that because I'm not very good at building statues. My snow globe don't even look like a snow globe. It just looks like a meatball. Well, that's meant to be my snow globe. It looks like, but it looks like it doesn't look like a snow globe in this texture pack. It looks more like a meatball on a plinth. An egg would be a different shape, though. An egg would be a different shape. An egg is more of an overall shape. This is more of a ball. So, I'd argue that this is actually more like I just said. To be honest, like I just said, though, it looks more like a meatball. Meatball coloured egg. Yeah, meatball's not a colour, meatball's the food. It's just a ball of meat. And it generally does look like a meatball. Right, let's go in. I mean, this looks like... The ladders look like pretzels. Ladders look like pretzels. I mean, the view's not as good. The view's not as good. There we go. Here we go. This is just amazing. This is amazing, really. You can't see much, really. You can't see much out the windows because of just how much is uncovered. Well, you can see it. You can see a scattering. Yeah, it does look like a meatball. Incredible though. Incredible. 500 of you have now watched this stream. 500 of you guys. I want to see if we can hit 40,000 views this month. Can we do it? I want to see if we can hit 40,000 views in December. We've got 6,000 in 5 days. We've got 6,000 in 4 days, guys. I want to see if we can do this. Which in 2025, we've got 363,000 views totally. So if we were to hit 40,000, guys, we would cross 400,000 views for this year. So that's the aim. That's the aim. Hello, Dr. Sad. Is it Sade or Sad? Sorry, I get people's names wrong. Hello, Skate Punk. Welcome to the stream. Good morning from Texas. Good afternoon from the UK. Welcome to the stream. I'm really good. How are you? How are you, Dr. Sad? Or is it Saeed? Sorry, I hate if I get people's names wrong. Sometimes I get people's names wrong, especially when I've had I had a really weird night, guys. I watched a load of films because it's Arabic. No, okay. Guys, we're on Candy Texture Pack. We're just having a look around the world on Candy Texture Pack. I love Candy Texture Pack Stone. Stone bricks look like chocolate bars, and I'm getting hungry looking at them. How is everybody on this live stream? How is everybody on this live stream? Everyone on here, what do you think of the Warner Brothers being bought by... Hold on a second, guys. The wind's just picked up and opened my window. After that good rest. Yeah. I opened my window a tad because I was coughing earlier on because I needed some air circulation in here, and it's starting to pick up to become really windy. So because the window was open, a gust of wind just flung the window open as far as possible. So I've just locked that into place. I'm not doing well. Next week's exam, I don't think I would do well there. Yeah, I've just locked it into place because the wind just absolutely took it. It's very windy, guys. It's very cold. It's like 7 degrees Celsius. Well, it's like 7 degrees Celsius. Celsius, did I just say? It's like 7 degrees Celsius. But with the wind chill factor, it's probably like -2. It's cold. I mean, last night it was like -5. It's winter time. It's winter time. This is new blocks? No, this is not new blocks. This is my world on Candy Texture Pack. I will open the window of my room. Yeah, I had to because it felt a bit stuffy, and actually opening the window stopped my nose from being blocked on stream, which is pretty funny. Yeah. What do you guys think about Netflix buying Warner Brothers? I don't like it. I put it in my Discord server, guys. I don't like it. I've just got something with it. I don't like... I'm a bit nervous about that. A lot of the film corporations now are owned by these streaming sites. A lot of these film corporations now, like MGM, is now owned by Amazon. So now Amazon now own the rights. Amazon now own the rights to James Bond. And I'm really nervous about that because, you know, James Bond is a British character. You can't have I don't know, Dwayne the Rock Johnson as James Bond because James Bond is British and you can't be an American working for MI6. Literally, MI6 are very exclusive. There's certain jobs in the UK, there's certain security jobs in the UK that you can't do unless you're British. So one of my old uni lecturers was telling us a story about her partner, that basically wherever he was working, because it was like cyber stuff, they had to veto his entire family and veto her and her family, and that's because obviously cyber security stuff is really important. So you can't understand British people. What do you mean, like, you can't? So you can't understand British people? No, there's certain jobs in the UK that you can't. You have to hire British. No, I was saying about James Bond. Like, Amazon own the rights to James Bond, and you know Amazon's an American company. But if they they can't. But if they go and hire an American James Bond, like, they can't. It would ruin it. Because it's like, I personally don't even think that they should hire a female James Bond. I think James Bond should be exclusively male. Because, you know, that was the way it was written. James Bond was a male character. James Bond was based on his cousin. Ian Fleming based James Bond on his cousin Christopher Lee and a few other people he knew, like Gus March Phillips. He didn't base it on Janet from down the road, if you get what I mean. But yeah, I actually like Warner Brothers as well. Like Warner Brothers, but I do like Warner Brothers smoothies. Yeah, it's got to stay British. It's like, tell you what, America have their James Bond. Indiana Jones is American James Bond. That's what Steven Spielberg made. Because they did it with Doctor Who. Basically, there was talks for years. Would the Doctor ever be a female? And they did it with Doctor Who. The 13th Doctor was female. But then they have it, and then obviously, but the 14th and 15th have been male. But Doctor Who kind of makes sense. Doctor Who kind of makes sense because he's an alien. So he's an alien that can change his face. So that kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, he can probably change from male to female because he can change his face. That, you can justify that. But you can't justify, James Bond's now a female, because James Bond's a male character. James Bond's a human character. Did you change the textures? Yeah, I put Candy texture pack on for a bit. But you guys get what I mean? Like the Doctor Who, Doctor Who makes sense. Doctor Who makes sense, but because he's an alien. He's an alien that can change his face. Whereas James Bond is not an alien, so nor can he change his face. So how can you justify that? I wish to write correctly, but you did write it correctly. All you needed to do was take one C out of the... When you wrote some... All you needed to do, literally, is take one C out. I like the Candice texture pack. Have you any wool? Yo, bro, today is the best day ever. Cool. You're living the dream. Let's just go to sleep in one of these... Well, it's an old song. It's an old song. Some of the old songs aren't... It's like, there's always a meaning. There's always a meaning. Hello, sir. Why are you appearing in my feed? I have no idea what. Well, you were in my stream yesterday because I recognised your profile picture. That's probably why. I'm in the hotel eating snacks, even a potato tower. Cool. Oh, there's something in my ear. What was I going to say, guys? I was going to say something then. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Yeah, you're appearing in. I mean, well, the chances are though, you're not gonna, the chances are, Skatepunk, you're not gonna meet one. The chances are you're not gonna eat one, but it's what you define as an immigrant. It's what you define as an immigrant, because America seems to think anybody coming in is an immigrant. But the thing with immigration is you have people that. The difference between the UK and America is the UK love people coming in legally, but they hate people that come in illegally. It's a really interesting one. So, like, if people come in legally, the British people love them. So, it's a bit thing saying you don't want to meet immigrants because you're always going to meet somebody that is an immigrant, because immigration can be legal too. It's basically like there are people, a British citizen, if you come in legally, you become a citizen after 5 years, I think, after 10 years. I think it's being changed to 10 years. I think it's 5 years, but I think it's becoming 10 years. Is your new profile good? Cool. Looks cool. Yeah, I think it's 5 years. I think if you come to the UK, if you come to the UK to live, I think you become a citizen after 5 years. Like literally, I think you can run for Prime Minister as well. The UK. If you come to the UK and you live there for so long, you can run for PM. That's what I never understand about America. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger could run for governor of California, but he couldn't run for US president. But how does that make sense? I've never used the Skyrim one. I don't even know if Switch has it. I think it does. But yeah, literally, like, I've never understood this one. Like, Arnold Schwarzenegger could run for... And I'm saying I hope that's not wrong. Well, it's not. It's not wrong. Like, it depends what you think is a real Brit, because it's an interesting one. What British people are having to go at nowadays is the fact that people that come to the UK nowadays, a lot of people that have come to the UK have refused to integrate, whereas people 30, 40 years ago did integrate, learnt English, and could talk to genuine English people. That's the divide. Like, what's his name? What's his name, guys? The American commentator that's a bit crazy. What's the American commentator? What's the American commentator that got, sacked for telling like fake stories? And then I can't remember his name. But he interviewed Piers Morgan, and he's absolutely, and that's the first time I've been sat. That's the first time I've been like, Piers Morgan's having to teach someone real history. Oh, what's his name? No, not Boris. Boris is the former Prime Minister. Boris wasn't sacked for lying. Boris Johnson wasn't sacked for telling fake stories. Boris Johnson was sacked for lying about an affair. Yeah, and Boris Johnson is British. Tucker Carlson, that's the one. Tucker Carlson, that's the one. Something he said, he kept saying about how Britain's destroyed and Britain's collapsed. And I'm sat there like, well, it hasn't collapsed. And he was saying about, he was trying to say to, yeah, Tucker Carlson's he's crazy. Yeah. I mean, he got sacked off Fox News for it because it emerged that he was telling fake stories. Well, ironically, Piers Morgan also got sacked from the Mirror for posting fake pictures, and then having to put on the front page, "Sorry, we were hoaxed." That's the bit I find hilarious about Piers Morgan. In the UK, you can't put something in the paper, and it's an interesting one because I'm British. It's an interesting one as an American person. Everybody, you'd probably like him because he talks his mind. But as a British person, most British people a lot of British people don't like him. A lot of British people don't like him because he brought journalism into disrepute. Because in the UK, you have to have sources before you post something or publish something in the news tabloids. He posted fake pictures that were sent to him without any sources, and that's why he got sacked. That's why he got sacked from the Mirror. But as a journalist, I quite like him. I quite liked him. I don't like him because of that, but I quite like Piers Morgan in COVID. Because in COVID, he was asking the right questions. When other journalists were saying, were asking questions about, some weaker questions, Piers Morgan was asking a lot of right questions about COVID. He was questioning them quite hard, which was pretty good. But that's what you've got to do. You've got to question them pretty hard. Like, he was interviewing, who was he interviewing? He was doing an exclusive with Donald Trump, actually, Piers Morgan, and Trump refused to, Trump almost kicked him out before the interview had started, because Nigel Farage had sent Trump a dossier of everything Piers Morgan had said against him in recent years, because Piers Morgan totally disagrees with the fact that the US election was stolen. And Piers Morgan's commentary on that was that there's no actual proof it was, and that there was proof that some of the Trump campaigners were lying. And yeah, Trump almost refused to interview him. Trump almost refused to be interviewed by him because of it. He had to explain himself to him, and which is just a really interesting point. But yeah, Piers Morgan's an interesting guy. He's an interesting guy. He's yeah, but I said with him though, it's alleged. I don't know whether it's true. It's alleged It's alleged that he said in the late 90s that if he ran for president, he'd run as a Republican, because some of them are that narrow-minded that they believe everything he said, and he could lie. But I don't know whether that's true, but I find him I find him quite interesting. I find him an interesting guy. But a lot of politicians do that though, Skatepunk. Every politician lies to get into power. Keir Starmer did it. Boris Johnson vowed to stick 60,000... Boris Johnson vowed to build 30 new hospitals across the UK. 60,000 new police officers on the streets. He announced that he was going to stop illegal immigration. And none of those hospitals was built. We haven't had 60,000 new police officers, and illegal immigration actually got worse under Boris Johnson. But every politician lies. In fact, do you guys want to know something so weird? Something so stupid? There's only one political party in history that did absolutely everything they promised. And that was Hitler. Hitler was the only person. What he did was absolutely horrible. Yeah, Hitler was an absolutely evil man, and what he did was unforgivable, and it was just downright the worst thing that any government has ever done in history. He was the only person that did absolutely everything he promised, because everything that he promised to do if he got elected, he did. But it was all stuff which was truly evil. But yeah, no political party has ever done it. Has ever done everything they promised. What do you guys think? Yeah, every politician does that. Even Keir Starmer does that, though. Keir Starmer said everything the British public wanted to hear when he was leader of the opposition, and then as soon as he got elected, it's different. But every politician does it, and that's because they're all career politicians. Every person there is a career politician. You know, back in the day, 70 or 80 years ago, most of the politicians were people that were in their late 60s, 50s, 60s, who had, you know, done something else beforehand. So Winston Churchill was a war reporter. Winston Churchill was a soldier and war reporter before he became an MP. He became an MP in 1900 when he was 36. Don't make me laugh. You know, I always think that the politicians are just middlemen somewhere. Well, they are, but they're career politicians. They chop and change. They chop and change. They chop and change like the tide. Whereas 100 years ago, politicians came in because they wanted to do their country proud. So, for example, Winston Churchill was a war reporter. He worked for a newspaper documenting what was going on in the war. Wars elsewhere. Winston Churchill actually got captured as a war reporter and escaped to prison and walked 300 miles with one chocolate bar. Which is just crazy. Winston Churchill was obviously a painter as well. It's interesting. Yeah, I think with him, I think he's another one of says what he wants to get elected, and whilst he's elected, he'll do some stuff, but some of it, like, what was it a while back? It was something else, like the Epstein files. I swear he was one of the ones that said that they would release then. I swear he was going to say release them, and then he suddenly said there's nothing to find. And as soon as he said that I saw that on Sky News, and I was like, well, now he's saying there's nothing to find. Now I'm more interested. It's just an interesting one. Apparently Queen Elizabeth was on it because apparently he offered her tax advice. He offered her financial advice. But they said they were going to release it months ago, so I'm wondering how many files did they search for and then take out. It's just an interesting one, because they've done that before. Like Winston Churchill did it. Winston Churchill had Benito Mussolini killed, who was the Italian prime minister. It's alleged that Benito Mussolini, the Italian prime minister, was executed on the orders of Winston Churchill, so that they could get documents that said that Britain was willing to do a peace deal with Italy. It's alleged that Winston Churchill wanted the documents recovered and destroyed, so it never looked like that they were willing to go to a peace deal in 1940. During 1940, Winston Churchill came close to discussing terms with Mussolini about him mediating a peace deal between Britain and Germany, and then pulling out of the war. And the only reason that deal was never signed was because Mussolini changed his mind last minute and wanted half the British Empire. in exchange for meeting. So the British government turned around and said, no, we'll fight on then. Yeah, in exchange for a peace deal, like how what's going on in Ukraine. In exchange for a peace deal, Italy wanted basically all the British territories in Africa. And King George VI basically told Winston Churchill, the King George VI did not like Winston Churchill that much at the start. He didn't like him at the start, and he basically said to Winston Churchill, I had reservations about you. This is what King George VI said to Winston Churchill: some in this country dreaded your appointment as PM, but none dreaded it like Adolf Hitler. And it got to the point where they say that's where the war ended, because Winston Churchill cared for nothing. I was watching a documentary the other day, guys. Have you guys ever heard of the city of Coventry? Have you guys ever heard of the city of Coventry? It's a city in the UK. It's the most central city. It's basically in central England. During the Second World War, Germany hit it really hard. Germany hit Coventry so hard, and this is what Winston Churchill said. Winston Churchill said to the national news, for every bomb dropped on Germany, from every bomb dropped on Coventry, the German cities would get 3 more. Germany bombed the hell out of Coventry, so 5 years later, Winston Churchill retaliated by he absolutely firebombed Dresden. Which is really interesting, but yeah, Winston Churchill was so angry with what the Germans did in Coventry because it wasn't a military target. It was a civilian target that the Germans had hit. So Winston Churchill, he absolutely firebombed. Him and the Americans absolutely firebombed Dresden. They firebombed it to destroy all the transport links, so the German army couldn't get out to fight the Soviets, who were invading the outer aspects of the city. It's one of the worst bombings in recorded history. They don't actually know what the death toll was in Dresden because they reckon the Nazis underestimated it. But yeah, they absolutely bombed the shit out of it because Winston Churchill wanted the Germans to pay for what they did to Coventry. Like I said, you would go to prison for that. Nowadays, you go to prison for that. You probably would have war crimes on you there. Because what they did in what the British and the Americans did in Dresden, you probably would go to jail for that nowadays. And the interesting part was because of I never knew that they did it because of Coventry, because the Germans bombed the hell out of Coventry. Have you guys ever heard of the Blitz? Honestly, guys, the Blitz was one of the worst. The Blitz is probably the worst bombing in history. The Blitz is probably the worst bombing in history. Making fun of it. Yeah, they did. But that was America. That was the American propaganda. The American propaganda. In fact, there's a video on YouTube actually, and it's a propaganda film, but it tells Americans how to be respectful in Britain. Yeah, America did a lot of propaganda. America have a propaganda film called Know Your Ally, and it's basically about how they should be kind of respectful to their British allies. And it's really interesting. So it's really interesting history. No, but I'm saying about bombings. I'm saying about bombings. What? Yeah, the Holocaust would have been worse. That was absolutely inhumane what they did, but what they did in London was absolutely deranged. What they did over the UK was ridiculous. They dropped on estimate. They dropped between 1 and 500,000 tons of bombs. But we're still finding them now. Where I'm from, guys, they found one under the local pub a couple of years ago, about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. Like, that's where I find America interested in the Second World War. America never really experienced the war. The Second World War, America never really experienced the worst parts of it, because America was so far away. Pearl Harbor was only really the big thing that the American continent had. Whereas, you know, Great Britain, for example, no, about I said 1,000 tons. Literally, London had a fire. London had fires. The Great Fire of London of 1666 was nothing compared to the fire in the Blitz. It's crazy. Here. Let me just. Sorry, I dropped my controller. Here it is. Here it is. On estimate, well over 450,000 bombs rained down on Britain between 1940 and 41. So over a year. Basically, London was bombed 57 days consecutively. London was bombed 57 days consecutively. Winston Churchill. Who's the greatest leader of all time, guys? Who's the greatest world leader of all time? Who's the greatest world leader of all time? Who's the greatest world leader of all time, guys? Because I personally think it's Winston Churchill myself. Not many I don't know though. I don't think he would have done what Winston Churchill did. He wouldn't have done what Winston Churchill did, I don't think. Like, how many of... Right, guys, everyone on here. Nah, he wouldn't have done what Winston Churchill did either, I don't think. Winston Churchill, during the Blitz, while bombs were draining down on London, was standing on the roof of the 10 Downing Street watching them drop. With a pair of binoculars and a cup of tea. Winston Churchill, whilst the London was getting bombed to hell by the Germans, Winston Churchill was standing on the roof watching it, smoking a cigar, and with like a cup of tea or something. There's so many leaders. Yeah, but none of them would have done that. Like, can you think of any other world leader that would stand on a roof while with the chance of a bomb could land on his head? Like, Blandon. No U.S. president would stand on the roof whilst bombs were dropping around them. Literally, it would be you're shoved in a. But bombs are scary. Yeah, they are. That's the thing that I find really interesting. That's the thing I find really interesting about the Russia-Ukraine war. While they're talking with Russia for peace, missiles are still hitting residential buildings in the Ukrainian capital. I'm like, well, how can you talk peace while you're missiling your enemy's city? I'm like, that's not peace. I'm like, if you want peace, if you want to talk peace, you're not going to be if you truly want peace, would you really be missiling another city? Missiling. I find that bizarre. I reckon that's the first time that's ever happened. Oh, we're having a peace talks today, but while we're going to have these peace talks, we're still going to miss all that city. What? He wasn't stupid. He was forced to. Have you ever watched The Darkest Hour, Dr. FF Fifu? Winston Churchill basically was being shafted. If he didn't sign for peace, they would have tried. The Conservative Party would have tried to remove him. He didn't want peace. Winston Churchill knew that Mussolini and Hitler couldn't be trusted. Winston Churchill has said that for years, but in fact, Winston Churchill hated Hitler because they should have met each other. Winston Churchill. Do you know what? I'm a little dubious about that. I saw a real video of. I don't know though. That's a conspiracy theory though. Skate Punk. There's a lot of conspiracy theories that Israel are behind a lot of things. But without proof, a lot of people don't have proof for the conspiracy theories though. Like I'm convinced. JFK though is an interesting one. If you go watch it, I saw a video the other day. I saw the true video of him being shot the other day. And if you go and speed it up, if you go and slow the JFK's execution down, there's a bit of footage missing, and you see the driver turn around and flash something. Before, you see the driver turn around, turn back, look at him, turn back, go to the road. And then the driver turns back around, and then you see him flash something. You see his arm moving and flash something. So it looks like the driver shot him. And you can see his hand move, and you can see something in his hand, but then basically you see his hand move, but then somebody moved and it blocks it. But then the actual footage, that's point blank range. The actual footage, that shot is too close. The actual image of him being shot, of when he's actually shot. It's too explosive to be that far away. So it's not a sniper. That's point blank range. It's point blank range, because a sniper, if you sniper someone, a sniper is a smoother shot. Yeah, if you're in point blank range, you've got to be within like a few feet of them. A sniper wouldn't be in a few feet of them. A sniper would be a while back, because the reason they call him a sniper is because the gun's so big. So you wouldn't get away with that, because if it was a sniper, he'd have to be in the crowd, and you'd surely see someone in the crowd with a massive fuck off gun. It's an interesting one. In fact, that almost canned Doctor Who. That almost canned the TV show Doctor Who. Because the day before Doctor Who should have aired its first episode, JFK was shot. So basically, this is an interesting one, guys. For that, yeah, Doctor Who almost got canned because of JFK being shot, because no one was watching that when the first episode of Doctor Who aired on 23rd of November 1963. No one was watching it. Everyone was watching the news to see what was happening, to see if. But you don't know. Dr. FF Fifu. You don't know, because it's conspiracy. It's a conspiracy theory. You don't actually. Not all the details have ever been confirmed. It's an interesting one. Yeah, Doctor Who almost got canned. Doctor Who, they were told to axe Doctor Who because obviously it didn't do anything in its first episode, because its first episode, the first episode of An Unearthly Child, didn't take off because of that. But luckily for them, the Dalek episode saved them. The Dalek episode saved their necks. They were told to axe it. They were told to axe it. Yeah, it ended up JFK almost axed Doctor Who because no one was watching the first episode. But it just happened to be that the week later, the lady was the first female drama producer at the BBC. She somehow convinced Sidney Newman, who was the head of BBC, the head of drama at the BBC. She somehow convinced him to let her air the first episode in front of the new episode. Yeah, but Wikipedia can be edited, Dr. FFFufu. But the true details have never been confirmed. Well, not all of them have been confirmed. So you don't know. It's really interesting. It is really interesting stuff. Yeah, so it's a weird one. Conspiracy theories are interesting. There's some really interesting conspiracy theories. There's some really, really interesting one. Yes, when he shot the another actor on stage. Do you mean on set? Yeah, I did hear about that, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that. That wasn't his fault. It wasn't Alec Baldwin's fault. Basically, those guns, because I've actually watched that film. Yeah, it was basically, that wouldn't have happened in the UK. That's because the American film laws are a little bit. How does real bullet get in the chamber? Because sometimes they have real bullets in for some shots. How long ago did you start this live stream? Hello, Yusuf Ali. Welcome to the stream. About 3 hours ago. I'm just going to turn the light on, guys, because it's dark. Well, they would use a prop, but sometimes they have real bullets in there. But it was the armourer's fault. It wouldn't happen in the UK because our laws for guns on sets are a little bit stronger. Basically, in the UK, if you want a gun on set, you need to have 2 armourers. In America, you need 1. In the UK, in America, you on a film set you can have 1 armourer. So that's basically someone that gives the gun to the actor. The armourer is someone that gives the gun to the actor, make sure the bullet's in or out and things like that before they do it. Basically, so the armourer had basically forgotten to take the bullet out. The armourer had forgotten to take the bullet out, and it wouldn't have happened in the UK because in the UK you've got to have 2 armourers. You've got to have 1 to do the job and 1 to supervise. So basically, in the UK you have 1 armourer, and then you have another armourer who watches what the other one's doing to make sure nothing happens. Well, we're just walking around building some stuff and having some fun. That's what we're doing. So yeah, basically, the armourer passed the gun. The armourer passed the gun to a producer, to like assistant producer, who gave the gun to Alec Baldwin. Which, that's illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. The armourer always gives the producer, the actor, the gun. Not. Which. those old guns, you have to pull the those old guns. You got to have your hand on the trigger. Those old guns, you got to have you know the coil. You know those old Western cowboy. You know those old Western revolvers that they had back in the day. You've got to pull the metal latch down to get the bullet out. So if he was disloading that gun and his finger slipped, it's going to go off. I'll be back in a second. Back in a second. I just heard the door. So yeah, if his thing, you got to on those guns, you've got to press the coil. Well, gun laws on film sets should be stronger. Basically, you should do what the UK does. The UK, you've got to have two armourers. You've got to have one to watch what the other one's doing. You've got to have one to watch what the other one's doing, and that they would then point out, oh, you haven't taken the bullet out. Oh, you don't have to change the gun laws. I think you've just got to tighten them on film sets. You just got to have another armourer there. Like two armourers, one to do the job, one to supervise, and vice versa. So they share the job. Charlie Chaplin was a great actor. Charlie Chaplin was a great actor, film director. He was apparently an asshole of a human being, but by all accounts, some of them are. Some of our greatest actors are actually shit people. Well, Charlie Chaplin was reportedly not a very nice man. Great actor and great film producer director, but Charlie Chaplin was reportedly not a very nice man off camera. I'll be back in a second. I just heard a knock at the door. No, there wasn't a knock on the door. So yeah, it's not that. Like, in the UK, when you have a gun on set, Mr. Bean was a good actor. Well, yeah, he's a brilliant actor. He's incredibly smart as well. He's like, his IQ is ridiculous. So he made people laugh for 7 minutes without saying a word. Incredible guy. But yeah, so what I was saying, Skate Punk, about that. In the UK, on a film set, you've got to have two armourers on a film set at any time. So to make sure that a bullet doesn't go in there, one watches what the other one does. One watches what the other one does, and then vice versa. So that's why you never see about an actor shot on a British set. That's why you never see anything about. That's why you've never seen that happen in the UK. That's why you don't see that happen in the UK. because they have a law where basically one armor. Why? Because one actor. So basically, what happened with Alec Baldwin accidentally killing the cinematographer? That was because there was in America. The law, the gun laws on sets are weaker. You think about changing operating system? Cool. Yeah, so it's different. America could fix that by doing the same thing the UK does. Literally, have another armourer there which watches what the other person does, and vice versa. So when one person packs the gun, loads the gun, one person watches. When one person unloads the gun, the other person watches. It's a very clever thing, guys. It's quite a clever idea, really, because you're never going to have a mistake there, because two people aren't going to have a mistake at the same time, unless they both aren't looking at what they're doing, which that would be impossible because one isn't doing anything; they're just looking at what the other person's doing. Goodbye, Dr. FFFU. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. But yeah, Alec Baldwin, though, he wasn't at fault for that. He wasn't at fault for that. The only way I can think of him doing that is if if he's gone to disload the gun and his finger slipped, it would have fired. A guy in my college class said that to me because he had a model replica. A guy in my college class had a BB gun that looked like the same sort of gun they would have used on there, and to empty this particular one, you had to pull the coil back and have your hand on the trigger to disload it. And obviously, if his finger has slipped, and if it say your finger slipped, like if your finger slipped, it's gonna fire. So that's what I think's happened. And obviously, he's not known that there was a bullet in there. Which obviously it's a shocking thing to happen, and I think America will have learned lessons from that. But America have to learn lessons from that, because they did it 10 years ago, where a film producer went to prison. 10 years ago, a film producer went to prison for negligence. Because on a test shoot 10 years ago, before, they didn't have permission to use this location then, so it was a disused train line, an older one, but it was still used. It wasn't disused. It was a train line that was still used. It was like an old one, looked like it was a Western cowboy film that they were doing, I think. And they were on an old train line. They didn't have permission to shoot there until the week later. So as you can imagine, a train come through in the cinema, and the camera operator was hit by a train. And the saddest thing of that film, though, is that the producer, the saddest thing of that film was that the director didn't really care. He wanted them to come back. He wanted them to start shooting straight away as soon as possible. At the end, after they had their break, their like little bit of silence, one of the main actors that was cast to be in it refused to return because he wanted nothing to do with that film anymore. Which, fair play to him, because the guy was appalled that they'd about how bad their safety planning was. But that's, if you think what I mean, guys, that's wrong. Like, how have you not planned? Who goes and films on a train line when they haven't got permission to do so? And it always cracks me up. Like, this happened in my college. We had something similar in my college class. I said to everyone, we can't shoot there because we won't have permission. They don't like people shooting there, and nobody listened to me. And and guess what happened? And guess what happened? We got it in the net because we were filming. We were technically, we were illegal trespass and filming. No one listened to me, and I knew that area well and said that would happen. And honest to God, nobody believed me at all. Nobody believed me at all. And yeah, funny. It is a funny story though, kind of. But yeah, never understood it. So they have vaccines in the UK. Yeah, we invented them. Yeah, we do have vaccines because we invented them. Edward Jenner. Yes, we do have vaccines because Edward Jenner invented them. Are they mandatory? For children, they're not all mandatory, but they're not mandatory, but they are recommended. Well, it's recommended you get them for meningitis, measles, and things, polio, and things like that. It's recommended you get them. And there's been cases of, there was a lady recently, her child died of measles, I think. And basically, because she basically said no vaccines, she was absolutely anti-vax. And do you know what her words were, everyone? Her words were, her last words were encouraging parents to vaccinate their kids because she lost her child to measles. But they are recommended. Like, vaccines are recommended. It's why we don't have polio anymore. The UK hasn't had a polio outbreak in, like, I don't know, a long time. Let's have a look. Last polio case UK. The last polio case in the UK was 1984. The UK has been polio free since 2003. Well, the UK has been declared polio free since 2003, but we haven't had a polio case in the UK since 1984. So, vaccines are useful. Some people hate them. The problem with vaccines, though, is people don't understand them. It tends to be people who are anti-vax don't understand the logic behind them. And it's one of those, people hate what they don't understand. The COVID vaccine was useful. It did the world of good. In fact, do you guys want to know what the predicted death toll was for COVID? Initially, the vaccine rollout was good for the UK because the predicted death toll of COVID at one point was 5 million. The predicted death toll of COVID from COVID in the UK at one point was 5 million people, which the predicted death toll at one point of COVID was roughly 5 million. And I think the death toll in the end was 150,000. Which, that's really sad. It was 150,000. but the vaccine stopped. The vaccine curbed it from the vaccine and the COVID lockdowns curbed it from a predicted 5 million to 150,000. It's an interesting one. Vaccines. Some people claim vaccines cause autism and things like that, but then we've had vaccines for hundreds of years. I think it's one of those with vaccines. It tends to be people that don't understand them don't want them. It's the same as antibiotics. Antibiotics is a vaccine because antibiotics fights bacteria. Do you guys get what I mean? It's like I had to study this for school history in my school history class. I had to study this in my school history class so I can give you a lot of thing on the history of medicine, guys. Literally, literally for over 1,000 years, up until the late 1870s, for over 1,000 years, they thought that people got ill from bad air. They thought people got ill from bad air. They thought people got ill from bad air. So basically people went around with lavenders and things. People went around with flowers in their hands thinking that if they smelled flowers they wouldn't get ill. Literally as well, like they used to think it was they used to think that you got ill from a chemical imbalance in the body. So they used to do something called bloodletting, where they used to put holes in you and let blood pour out. And bloodletting was a bit stupid, and it actually said some people actually died from it because obviously some people just didn't recover. They let out more blood thinking, oh, we'll make him better. Like back in the Roman times, if you had a headache, they used to split your head open to see what was wrong. Well, you never really knew because you died afterwards. If you had toothache, they used to yank your tooth out. Like it's a fascinating subject. Like literally, like Romans during the Roman times, if you had a bad headache, they used to cut your head. They used to literally cut into your head, take the top of your head off, and look. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, ancient Roman doctors performed a procedure called trepanation, drilling a hole into the skull. In some cases, where severe headaches were a symptom. It's just. Oh, just seriously. Well, yeah, they didn't. Back in the day, they didn't know. They didn't know illness was caused by bacteria. So they thought they did anything. Like, in fact, vaccines. The guy that vaccines, for example, have saved lives. Like being able to have a vaccine, like antibiotics. How many people have died? Like literally, the first person to be tested on antibiotics was a policeman who. The first person to be tested on for antibiotics happened to be a policeman who had cut his thumb on a rose bush and bacteria got in his cut. Literally, the first person to get given antibiotics, I think he died. I think he died because of the bacteria was too. I think he died because the bacteria, basically, the bacteria had already done a lot of damage. I think he died, but the next person they gave it to survived. It basically killed all the bacteria. It's an interesting one. There's some things you don't need vaccinations for, but vaccinations are useful for some things like measles and polio because no one wants them. Like smallpox, for example. There hasn't been a case of smallpox in nearly 50 years. There hasn't been a case of smallpox in like 45 years. Smallpox was the first vaccine. Edward Jenner created a vaccine out of cowpox. Edward Jenner was walking along and he saw a maid milking a cow in a field, and he saw that she had cowpox on from the cow. So he basically injected cowpox into the person with smallpox, and then he injected smallpox into a person that had cowpox, and the person with cowpox never developed smallpox. So that was the first ever vaccination. The first ever vaccination against smallpox was giving someone cowpox. Yeah, everyone has chickenpox, but chickenpox isn't contagious. I mean, I have had that. It's very rare. Chickenpox is like, it's not rare. Every child normally has it. Not every child normally has it. But I think it's one of those, if you have chickenpox, you never get it again. So if you don't have chickenpox, if you never have it, you potentially can get it as an adult. But if you have it when you're younger, but like chickenpox doesn't actually do anything. It's just you develop spots. What? Oh no. Well, you probably won't. It's a thing you can only get once. It's an interesting one. It's a thing you can only get once. No. It's itchy. Well, yeah, it's itchy, but if you don't itch it, it's fine. It's itchy, but then you cope with itches all the time. Like, every human copes with an itch a day. All humans cope with itches, so basically it's nothing, really. The one thing is that if you're a kid and you have it, you can't go to school because you can transmit it to other kids, but that's it. It's nothing really. It's like the appendix. It's like your appendix. Your appendix doesn't do anything. It's like it's why you can survive. Well, no. Actually, according to this, the appendix was once thought to be useless. It now appears to function as a safe house for beneficial gut bacteria, helping reboot your digestive system after illnesses like diarrhea. But it also plays a role in your immune system by housing immune cells and producing antibodies to fight pathogens. I didn't know that. That's only really, they've only found that out recently, that they reckon it could actually do something. Not everyone has to, though. Like, literally, I've had chickenpox, guys, and it was just I was at home for a couple of days. Were you ill? No, it's not a thing you get ill by. It's not a thing you get ill by any fever. It's just you have spots. It's just your body has spots develop, and then after like a week, they go. You don't. It's not feverish. It's just that you have spots. That's what I remember. I remember never being ill. I just couldn't. I just couldn't go to school in case because obviously it's contagious. But you never know, guys. Some people might have it. Yeah, it's not contagious. Well, no, it is contagious. It's not, but it's not like, it's not. You're not feverish. It's nothing. It's basically like it's something that's just there. It would be worse if it was like polio, measles, or something like that. Which obviously we have vaccines for that in the UK. What do they call them now? What are they called? That they're all in one now. This is it. Polio vaccines are in the UK are part of the UK childhood immunisation schedule. Polio vaccines are given at 8, 12 and 16 weeks as part of a 6-in-1 vaccine. Booster doses are there at age 3 and 4. Ages 3 and 4 months as part of the 4-in-1 preschool booster. At age 14 as part of the 3-in-1 booster. Additional booster does may be recommended for traveling into areas with recent polio stuff. But yeah, they offer loads of stuff. It's good. It's useful. It's one of those, all these people that say vaccines are useless, like they're not. I would rather have a vaccine. I would rather have a vaccine than... I personally, guys, would rather have a vaccine than for like deadly diseases than try and wait it out. It's like, it cracks me up when people say vaccines cause autism, because they don't. Like, that absolutely cracks me up, because that was disproven 10 years ago. That was disproven, sorry, 20, 25, 30 years ago. And it cracks me up because it's not that. You know, we've had autistic people, for example, for hundreds of years, but we never had a name for it. We just thought they were a bit odd. It's like all these like mental, all these like things like bipolar, guys, Down syndrome, things like that. We've had them for years. All these like conditions, like, you know, like Down syndrome, bipolar, autism, ADHD. We've had them for years, but because we didn't know anything about it, we just perceived it as normal. Do you guys get what I mean? That someone with ADHD, they were just a bit high energy. Now that we're looking back, now that we know about that stuff, now we're looking back, I think it's emerged recently that a lot of our top scientists, they reckon people like Albert Einstein, for example, one of the smartest people ever. It's emerged recently that they reckon Albert Einstein was on the autism spectrum. You failed teaching? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why did you fail? Out of curiosity. Hello, dog. Don't stand out in the cold. But yeah, it's do you guys get what I mean? Oh God. Oh. Oh. Did you put on a texture pack? Yes, I did. I put on candy, but we might swap it in a set. We might go back to normal. Oh my God, I've had a bit of trouble with my thumb in recent days. What? How did I get him out? I want to put him in the house. So can I? At least the stress is over. Yeah. There we go. Let's get him in that. Let's get him in that door. Right. Perfect. Let's actually swap texture packs. Oh my god. Do you know what, guys? Do you know what's going to feel so weird? Do you know what's going to feel so weird in a couple of months? We're closer to 2030. In 26 days, we will be closer to 2030 than 2020. That's just popped into my head. In 26 days, we will be closer to 2030 than 2020. Right. That just feels so bizarre, doesn't it? Yeah, in 26 days, we will be closer to 2030 than 2020. So, has the world changed in 30 years? Because I don't think it has. I think human progress has slowed down. Man, that made me feel old. You're like 30. You're like 13. You're like 13, 14. How do you feel old? Yeah, we're almost there. I don't think at the moment. Hello, Gusso guy. I saw your comment. Whoa. Welcome to the stream. Right, I'm just going to quickly head over here a second. I'm just going to stop a second because my thumbs are in. My thumbs fell out of place. It's just kids these days don't know cartoons anymore. Well, no. And that's because parents need to pull their fingers out their ass. Goodbye, Arian. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. Literally, that's because parents need to pull their fingers out their ass and actually parent their kids. YouTube's 13 years and up. That's why cartoons have to be uploaded to YouTube now. Because kids won't watch them. Because kids won't watch them on traditional TV. Nostalgia is hitting like a truck. It hit me like a truck. Oh, nostalgia. It hit me like a truck. That's a good song, actually. Nostalgia hit me like a truck. Okay, cool. Oh, nostalgia. It hit me like a truck. Oh, nostalgia. It hit me like a truck. Guys, we made a Christmas tree yesterday. What do you think? I made a Christmas tree. The video of me building it will come out tomorrow. The video of me building it will come out tomorrow. I know, I read your comment. You don't have to comment it twice. Yeah, I built it last night, guys. I just got to edit the video. The video was 40 minutes long. The video is 40 minutes long because when I was trying to grow the tree, I needed a tree like that. I needed a tree like this. I needed a tree like this with a lot of leaves. And when I spawned the tree, and it kept giving me a really tall one with no leaves. It kept giving me one of those really, really tall ones with no leaves. And it happened 4 times. So I was... Joe, I love Christmas. Yeah, so do I. Yeah, Christmas in 20 days. My birthday in 22. Jesus. Yeah. I can't believe this year has gone so quick. Literally, like, to me, it still feels like January 1st, 2025. Since then, guys, I've worked on a short film. Since then, I've worked on a short advert. I finished university. A short film that I helped on won an award. Since then, a short film that I worked on won an award. I worked as a sound recordist on. I've published 2 books this year. I've grown my YouTube channel from 5,050 to 7,523. I've sold a couple of books this year. Yeah, and I finished university. I got a grade which was only 2 grades under the highest possible grade, so that's pretty good. Basically, I got the middle grade. I got 2 grades above the worst one, 2 grades below the second from. So in the UK system, in the UK university system, you have grades like this. You have a first class. So in this is how the uni grades work this is how the university grades work in the UK. You have a first class, which is like your best grade. You have second class upper and second class lower. I got a second class lower, and then you have a third class, and I think you might have a fourth class. Damn, you guys with snow. It's not snowing for me, it's raining. The weather is not good for me right now. The weather it's like 7 degrees Celsius right now. It's too warm to have snow. It needs to be cooler to have snow. What class are you? What class am I? I don't do classes anymore because I graduated uni. I got my degree. I did basically I did film production for 3 years. I did film production and digital media for 3 years. So I got a 2-2 as it's called. So basically a Desmond you call it, because it's a Desmond 2-2. You call it a 2-2, so everyone calls it a Desmond. There's a joke about Ronald Reagan once said to someone. George H.W. Bush once asked Ronald Reagan about his meeting with Desmond Tutu. So George H.W. Bush says to Ronald Reagan, "How was your meeting with Mr. Tutu?" And he goes, "So." Bro, please play Bedrock. I do play Bedrock. I might play it tomorrow. I might play Bedrock tomorrow. I might play my Minecraft Legacy. I might play my Minecraft Bedrock realm that I've created for channel members. I might stream that tomorrow. That might be something. Now, please, I'm not playing it now because this is a live episode of Survival Legacy. This is a live episode of my Minecraft Survival Legacy world. So according to the Telegraph, the Black Death was caused by a volcanic eruption. Sorry, there's a little button right on the side of my screen I've accidentally just clicked. Well, not clicked. I've moved my mouse out of the way. It's just gave me this. Report: US tells Europe to take over majority of NATO's defenses abilities. Why is that? So they can defensive abilities. Is that so America can bomb Venezuela or something like that? I'm joking. They might actually do that. I'm actually convinced they're gonna do that. I don't know. I'm convinced that's gonna happen. Anyway, I want to go and I want to find a tree. I want to find an oak tree a second so I can repair the bumper cars. The bumper cars minigame. I just got to go and I need the tree. I need some I need some birch wood. Oak wood, I mean. We got there eventually. 700 of you have watched this stream today. 700 of you. I want to hit 40,000 views this month, guys, because if we hit 40,000 views this month, we will cross... if we hit 40,000 views this month, we will cross 500,000 views. We will cross 400,000 views for this year. Bro, you use creative mods. No? This is pure survival. This is pure survival, Techno. This is pure survival. I've got some oak planks. I might need some of them. Can Earth chill with the storm here in the Philippines? It's like the 6th time we had a storm. But it is umbrella. It is umbrella season. It is, sorry, it is storm season though. Like we have that. We have storms as well in this time of year. We've got one right now where basically it's the wind's picked up. Earlier on, I opened my window to get a bit of air because my nose was a little bit blocked when I was streaming earlier on. So I go and open the window. Open the window, forget nothing of it. It starts to rain, starts to get windy, and suddenly the wind just wipes my window clean open. My window was open a tiny amount, and then suddenly, wipe! Window opens as far as it can go. Hello, Joaquim Casal. Welcome to the YouTube live stream. I'm going to quit. Why the fuck am I here? I should be over there. I've just realised I missed where I wanted to go. I wanted to go here so I can replace it. Bro, your views is low in your shorts. Yeah, my views fluctuate. My YouTube views fluctuate. That's been the case ever since. That's been the case for years. The case for years has been that my YouTube views always fluctuate. So I could get 5,000 views a day. I could get 5,000 views in a day, and then suddenly I could go and not get. I could suddenly go and get 400 the next day. 400 views. It's just that's how it works. That's how my YouTube channel's always worked. My YouTube channel for many years has just been. Yeah, that happened to me earlier on. My window opened as far as it could go, and like I actually struggled to even pull it back open because of the window. I was like, right, put all the muscles that I didn't know I had into that window to into the window to pull it back. I somehow got it and locked it into place. But yeah, my YouTube channel fluctuates, Techno. My YouTube channel fluctuates. So, you know the storm was bad when you can hear the wind howling. Yeah, you can hear the wind howling through my screen, probably, as well. Bumper cars. Bump. Boom. We bump. We bump. Oh, it's not fun. On. That's so cool. It works. Yeah, so it worked. It's incredible. Thank you to the person who subscribed, by the way. That's really kind of you. I find it's so many young people. I wouldn't say young people are tricked, but in an age when wars are starting to become more prevalent again, you have to bolster your armed forces. Any country that doesn't bolster their armed forces is idiotic. Nobody's tricked. The only country I'd say tricked people into the army is probably Russia. Like, everyone's like, with the Ukraine war at the moment, it's like some of the Russian soldiers don't even know why they're there. Like there was a video that came out last year, it was obtained by somewhere. It was Russian soldiers shouting at their general, shouting at their battalion commander, because they thought that they were going to fight Poland. Another person claimed that he was told he was going to fight Nazis. And it's an interesting one. What are they actually there fighting for? It's like, one of my favourite lines in a film is from Dunkirk. Men my age dictate this war, but we send our sons to fight in it. Do you guys get what I mean? It's not that you're being tricked into the army. They have to bolster their forces. Like the UK. The UK have already said if World War III was to break out, they would have no choice but to relaunch conscription. The UK's had to do conscription numerous times over the centuries. The UK does conscription if there's a war and the UK have a lot of casualties. The UK will always go to conscription, but they've done that for centuries. Like, for example, the Battle of the Somme. The Battle of the Somme, Britain lost 57,000 troops in one day, and it resulted in the UK changed conscription. So basically, anybody 18 to 50, any man 18 to 50 without who didn't have like medical exceptions or like exceptions for certain stuff had to fight. And it is an interesting one. But America did it too. America did an interesting one by... Bro, you're so smart. I'm not smart. It's just... I wouldn't say I'm smart. I look at both sides of the aspect. So I look at both sides of the story. So I don't believe the tabloids, if you get what I mean. I don't believe the tabloids. I look at both sides of the tabloids. Whereas it's a bit different with British tabloids, though. It's a bit different with British tabloids because British tabloids are compelled by law that they have to get it somewhat right. They're all British tabloids. I'm not well educated. This is stuff I've learned by myself. I'm not well educated. It's stuff that I've learned by myself. But it makes me laugh when I see people. It made me like the peace plan in Ukraine that they're talking about. That made me laugh when I read it, because when I read that, I'm being honest, guys, I read all 28 points, and I was like, I looked at all 28 points of that peace plan that was proposed. And I was like, this just reminds me of Czechoslovakia 1938. Czechoslovakia were forced to give up a lot of territory without them even in the room. That's why Britain, France, and Europe are so pissed off with that peace plan, because they think it reminds them of just before the Second World War. It's an interesting one. That's why, if you get what I mean, guys, that's why Britain has been so supportive of Ukraine, because Britain's another country that remembers not that long ago, Great Britain were under fire of having bombs dropped on them every night. So that's why build a castle. I have built one. This is my base, and I've got I've got a couple of castles. We'll go to one of them. That's why Britain support Ukraine so much, because Great Britain know what it's. There's a people alive now that remember being children during the Second World War and being told, "Oh, get down into the shelter and pray that a bomb doesn't land on the shelter." That's why Britain support Ukraine so much, because Great Britain during the a lot of the people who are a lot of British people who are elderly, like late 70s, early 80s, they all remember being forced to... How much money do you earn off your YouTube channel? Hardly anything, really. Has the UK been in more wars than the US? Well, we're thousands of years older than the US, so yeah. In fact, America has never won a war on their own, actually. That's a fun fact for you. America's never really won a war on their own. One of my favourite British comedians says that, because he's actually one of my favourite British comedians is a qualified history teacher, is a qualified history professor, and he said that every war that America gets into, they always get Britain to come in and help them. And they said, yeah, America's actually never won a war on their own. And the only one which they didn't have Britain's help, they lost, which was Vietnam. Vietnam is the only war that Great Britain never followed them into. It's really, yeah, we've fought more wars. In fact, I think we won more wars as well. Great Britain hasn't lost a war technically in 1,000 years, because the American Revolutionary War is not called a war in the UK. It was more of a civil rebellion. It was more of a rebellion. It was more of a rebellion than a war, because technically America wasn't independent. America's independence at the time wasn't recognised by the UK, so officially it doesn't make it a war. But yeah, the UK's officially never lost, in like official documentation, the UK's hasn't lost a war in 1,000 years. The last war that the UK lost was the invasion of 1066, where England finds himself with a Frenchman on the throne. Here's my castle, by the way. Sorry, I was talking about the history of warfare. But that is fairly true, guys. Like, yeah, Great Britain has fought more wars than the United States. But that's because when Great Britain fought their first war, in fact, Great Britain never fought its first war. There's always been wars fought on British soil. Like before England existed, we had other little kingdoms here. In fact, we had the Kingdom of Mercia, Sussex, Wessex. Wessex took over all the rest and become England. In fact, Wessex, Sussex, Northumberland, all those kingdoms, they're now what we call the counties. The counties of England, like Northumberland. Mercia is now like West England, but which is why the police force there is called West Mercia Police. It's called Mercia Police. That's why they call it that. I prefer tea. I'm a tea drinker. But yeah, on top of that history, yeah, Great Britain. The warfare is a horrible thing. But I love the line in Thor actually. One must never actively go for war, but must always be ready for one. I appreciate you, Joe. Thank you. It's really kind of you. Yeah, but the thing is, guys, you shouldn't you shouldn't think for war, but you should be ready for it. You should always be ready for it, though. Like Great Britain boasted in the 1980s, during the Cold War, Great Britain could be ready for war within 4 hours. Now they reckon we'd need 4 years advantage. That's how bad the British military's got. But what the British military doesn't have, that's the castle, the view of the castle. What the British military... Yeah, what they don't say, though, is Great Britain... The British military has a lot of pluck. It's like, that's why I find really interesting about the Ukraine stuff. When, like, people telling Ukraine, why don't you just give up? Imagine Britain being told that against Nazi Germany, when Britain was fighting alone and Germany had conquered all of Europe. Great Britain held out for 2 years. Great Britain, the Soviets would have fell without British help. Without British help, the Soviets would have thought. Winston Churchill hated communism. But hated Hitler more. So he actually said in the Houses of Parliament, if Hitler were to invade hell, I'd at least give the devil some help. So he called Stalin the devil, and he still basically called communism a plague and a disease for 20 odd years. And Winston Churchill said, if Hitler invaded hell, I'd at least give the devil some help. So he basically said to the Soviet Union, any enemy of Nazism is an ally of Britain. And it's a really interesting case. So yeah, but imagine Great Britain being told, "Oh, why don't you just give up? Why don't you just give up? Because you're going to lose anyway." You know, Hitler had 3 million men. Great Britain had 200,000. One of my favourite lines in Doctor Who. I know some of you would have heard of Doctor Who because I mention it all the time. One of my favourite lines in Doctor Who is Christopher Eccleston's line. I love this I love this year. Let me find the quote. I'll find it. Doctor Who, 1941 quote. No, January 41. The January 41 quote. This is it. This is the quote. So you guys would have heard of Doctor Who because I mention it all the time. It's a good show. You should watch it, guys. This is my favourite quote. One of my favourite quotes. This is what the Doctor says in an episode called The Empty Child. 1941. Right now, not very far from here, the German war machine is rolling up the map of Europe. Country after country, falling like dominoes. Nothing can stop it. Nothing until nothing until. Let me reread that. 1941. Right now, not very far from here, the German war machine is rolling up the map of Europe. Country after country, falling like dominoes. Nothing can stop it. Nothing. Until one tiny, damp little island says, no, not here. A mouse in front of a lion. A mouse in front of a lion. And it says, yeah, Great Britain was a mouse in front of a lion. It's my favourite quote. It's true. Great Britain was a mouse in front of a lion. Like a tiny island in the north. A tiny damp island in the north of Europe basically stood up against a country that had invaded all of Europe and basically said, no, we won't allow it. It's an incredible, but it is true. You know, Great Britain basically said they would liberate Europe. Winston Churchill vowed to liberate Europe, even if he died in the process. Such a great quote. But yeah, one of the crazier bits, what British did during the Second World War. British captured prisoners of war. British captured prisoners of war. Literally, British captured prisoners of war. Literally, were given pencils that secretly had compasses hidden in the pen lids and things like that. They were given loads of crazy tech. That is crazy. And half of them escaped. Well, they used the power of friendship eventually when the Americans pulled in. But by the time the America and the Soviet Union joined the war, were roped into the war, Great Britain had been fighting from September 39. Basically, by the time America joined the Second World War, it was almost 1942. And it's a crazy bit of history. But Great Britain, yeah, fought Germany alone for 2 years, with bombs dropping down on their heads, and they just vowed to never surrender. Which, like, that's what you respect in history. A country just saying absolutely no, absolutely not, never, never, never. Without Winston Churchill, Britain would have fallen. That's common. I'm sorry if I'm asking too many questions. No, I love the questions. I love them. I love the questions. It's like I love questions on film history. It's basically I'm in my element, guys. I love it. I'm in my element. I get to teach history at the same time. I love it. Yeah, there was some. What was I reading about? Have you ever heard of this? Have you ever heard of Porton Down, guys? Porton Down is basically the UK government's testing facility. It was made by Winston Churchill, and its code name during the war was Winston Churchill's Toy Shop. Oh, I'm back. Right. No, I love the question. Germany was dumb. Well, yeah, they were, but Germany got that. The German invasion of the Soviet Union. The German invasion of the Soviet Union should have happened earlier, but it went wrong. Do you know what went wrong? They didn't think. Have you considered becoming a professor? I wouldn't handle the stupidness of like students nowadays. Like, I wouldn't handle. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to handle like. I wouldn't have the patience for it. I wouldn't have the patience for it. To be honest. Like I wouldn't be able to handle that. My patience. I wouldn't be able to. My patience levels wouldn't be able to handle it. What was I saying? Yeah, the reason they invaded the Soviet Union late into the year was because Great Britain. They predicted Great Britain to collapse. They predicted Great Britain to collapse in the invasion, but because Great Britain had vowed to never surrender and just continued and continued fighting. Hello, Egg. Welcome to the stream. Because Great Britain had refused to surrender and just continued and continued, it kept pushing back the proposed dates of the invasion of the Soviet Union because Great Britain would just cause an absolute anarchy. Like the Soviet Union's ambassador was in Germany. The Soviet Union's ambassador was generally sorry, I had to mute for a second. The Soviet Union ambassador was in Germany talking to talking to Ribbentrop, the foreign affairs minister of Nazi Germany, and he said about the war. He goes, "The war's won." He was saying the war. Ribbentrop was saying, "Oh, the war's won. The war's won. Yeah, the war's won." What about Britain? Britain is defeated. Oh, Britain's defeated. Britain is defeated. And the Soviet foreign secretary said, sorry, the German ambassador said, if they're defeated, why have you just hauled my ass into an air raid shelter? So basically, Germany were boasting because of Germany's own propaganda. Germany was believing their own propaganda and saying that Britain was defeated. Italy didn't switch sides. Italy switched sides during the Second World War. Yes, they did partially, but that was because Great Britain invaded. Great Britain and America, and obviously the armies of Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and all those countries, all the Allied countries, they had invaded Italy. The Battle of Sicily was predicted to be 3 months. It ended up being 38 days. Because the Allies were invading Italy so quickly, the Italian king made peace with the Allies and opted to sack Mussolini, because basically the Italian king had more power than Mussolini, but Mussolini was too popular. So if the king had sacked him earlier on, Mussolini's government would have just gone to a republic and made Mussolini like the supreme president of Italy. Mussolini had a lot of power. He was basically dictator. Even though that he was prime minister of Italy, but he was basically a dictator. Like everything in Italy came through him. Italy only changed sides because the king took more. Italy, they didn't keep switching sides. They switched sides once. Italy, basically, the Italian king sacked Mussolini, and then basically publicly declared support for the Allies. So the German army went in to save Mussolini, and they installed him as the dictator of northern Italy, where he was for like a year or two, until basically he was until he was killed by partisans. But it's an interesting bit of history. That's what stopped Germany. Mussolini stopped Germany partially because Mussolini had the ideas of reforming the Roman Empire. Which it's just interesting. Like it's an interesting time period. But yeah, the invasion of the Soviet Union got pushed into the cold winter months because they couldn't defeat Great Britain. The whole point was, it ended up, there was a plan to invade Britain in 1940. And because it kept getting delayed, because basically the British destroyed the German Luftwaffe over the skies of the UK. And German soldiers from that time period claimed it was like planes were shooting out of nowhere. It got to a point, during the Second World War, Great Britain made a plane every 3 minutes. Like, that's incredible going. It got to a point that they made a plane every 3 minutes. Which, think about how that is, like making a plane every 3 minutes. Which is why the British Spitfires and Lancaster bombers and Hurricanes, and Lancaster bombers outnumbered the German Luftwaffe, because it got to a point Britain were making a plane every 3 minutes. Like, that's just mental. In fact, Hitler loved Blackpool. He really wanted to make Blackpool his pleasure palace for Germans. So he basically made it that Blackpool could not be bombed. Blackpool could not be bombed by the Germans because Hitler liked the look of it, and he wanted it to be his leisure town. And basically, because they knew the Germans wouldn't bomb it, Winston Churchill turned Blackpool into the largest RAF base in history. So basically, they couldn't bomb it. The Germans couldn't bomb Blackpool because of what Hitler had ordered. So his own downfall was the fact that he didn't want the city of Blackpool bombed at all, because he wanted it to be perfect for them winning the war. So Winston Churchill basically turned it, and the British government turned it into the largest RAF base in history. They basically turned the town into an RAF base because the Germans wouldn't bomb it. They turned it into the largest RAF base in history. I think they had 10,000 servicemen were there or something like that. Incredible history. The British were so inventive during that period. They gave them maps. Just got my YouTube recap. What is YouTube recap? YouTube never gives me one of those. I'll get my Nintendo Switch one January 1st, and I'll find out. But I think I've played 2,000. I think I've played 2,000 hours of this game. I think I've played 2,000 hours of this myself. You were my most watched channel. I was your top. I was in your top 0.1% of viewers. Omnivale posted the same thing. Omnivale put it in my, because you guys can now post on my community tab, a new feature they've added. So Omnivale posted the same thing. He was in the top 0.1%. So thank you. Like, I literally, guys, I'm tearing up. I never thought I'd see that. I never thought I'd see that this year. That you know, people have watched my content. I never thought I'd see this year. This year, I never thought I'd see people commenting that you were my most watched YouTube channel this year. Oh, I love your content like that. It's making me tear up because I never thought I'd do anything. I always thought that this was just my space to upload some videos. Maybe we'll get a couple of comments on a stream, and then that'll be it. Because that's what it's been like. That was what it was like. For example, last year I did some streams. I streamed from October to November. I streamed from like August to October last year, and I did not get anybody watching. I ended streams after like an hour because we would have like 3 people watching. Congratulations, bro! You're the best streamer. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. I found a screenshot the other day of someone telling me how I'd saved their life, which I nearly cried. I cried at reading that. I cried at reading that as well. The fact that someone commented that. Incredible though. Incredible. Literally, absolutely incredible. Literally, like I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that. I really want to support you more one day. It would make me happy. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. But yeah, literally, I never thought I'd see this much support. So thank you, everybody. That's really kind of you. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm actually happy about you being my #1. You're definitely a great role model. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah, I say that though because I say that though. The reason I say that though, guys, is because when I was younger, my favourite role model was the Doctor Who. My favourite role model in Doctor Who was the Doctor in Doctor Who. That was it. TV shows, being, you know, and that was the thing, kind and respectful and thing, and that was it. That was it. So my favourite role model, my sort of role model when I was a kid was Doctor Who. That was it. Literally, that's, and I'm being honest. I hope I'm not rude. You've never been rude. And even if you were, I don't care, guys. I don't care about people being rude. Like, I was bullied a lot when I was younger, guys, to the point that I don't care. So I just, if you get what I mean, even if you were rude, I wouldn't care, because I don't care about what people say. But yeah, if you get what I mean, like Swiss Rats, yeah, my role model when I was younger was the Doctor in Doctor Who, because the whole thing about the Doctor was, you know, being kind and respectful to all. Every life has value. It's about taboo topics sometimes. Well, no, every topic is worth discussing. If you don't talk about every topic, you get a really narrow worldview. Yeah, so yeah, if you don't talk about the topic, so you get a really narrow worldview. Like I mentioned history earlier on, and I had someone comment, "I don't care about history." I'm like, yeah, that's probably why. That's probably why the world's the way it is. That's probably why the world's the way it is. Is it good to ask questions? Of course it is. Asking questions, and everyone asking questions to each other is how the world works. It's how the world becomes a better place. Oh. Thank you for being a part of my 2025. Oh, thank you. But yeah, so one of those. The reason I try and act like a role model, guys, is because I know what it's like to be bullied, and we've got people here who were bullied. I know what it's like to be bullied. I know what it's like to feel like the world's against you and how nothing will ever change. But trust me, it does. Like, it makes me sad when I see people saying that that they can't find a way out. Because there's always a way out. You just got to find it. It's like life. Life is like a river. You know, it has chops and turns. And how you weather that storm is how you build your character. You know, it's like, and it's like, it's literally like, what's his name actually? Let me think of a good thing. You know, like Avatar. You know, when you create an avatar for a game, you decide what you want to be. When you grow, as you grow from like a kid to a teenager, you decide what you want to be. I think I've developed that mindset too, because I think a lot of it's because you did. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Yeah. It's like, you know, like when you create your avatar for a game. Who are you inspired by? Are you happy with the community you have? I'm inspired by everything. I'm inspired by everything. Like, I'm inspired by films, TV, media. I love inspiring cases from anywhere. Like a really inspiring case in the UK. A really inspiring case in the UK came from Pakistan 10 years ago. In Pakistan, in parts of Pakistan, they wouldn't let the females go to school, and this girl really wanted to go to school because she wanted to learn. She wanted to improve her lifestyle choices. So she turned up and they shot her. She was brought to the UK where they saved her, and then she went back and they shot her again. And obviously, she's the youngest Nobel Peace Prize winner at 17. That's who people should be looking at. That's who people should be looking at. You know, it's not the absence of good. It's not the absence of good that defines the dark. It's the presence of light that fights the dark. The only thing that allows evil to thrive is the lack of light to challenge it. I love that. That's a nice quote, actually. Like, it's like, he who ignores history is bound to repeat it. So we're seeing the same. What we're seeing now in Eastern Europe is exactly what we saw before the Second World War. A spark of light means a lot in a world of dark. That's what they said in the Second World War when the Americans joined. When the Americans joined and sent a load of food and supplies to the UK, they said it was like the light. It's like you could see the light at the end of the tunnel, because Great Britain during the Second World War had a policy of rationing where you could only you had to have a ration book, and you couldn't get food from certain places if you didn't have your ration book. Because of financial stuff in the war, Great Britain had rationing. That's a great quote, Swiss. That's a great quote. You can't have heroes without villains, and you can't have villains without heroes. That's good, true, yeah. But yeah, this is what life is like, guys. This is life. Life is like an avatar. You know when you have your avatar in a game and you decide what like perks you want to give him. Like when you create your character. So what do you want to have? What do you want to be? Do you want to have a nice personality? Do you want to have a good personality? Do you want to be a bad person, a good person, a fighter, a gambler, a coward? Whatever you want to be. Every single life has value. Literally. No matter what. No, even from the smallest person to the tallest person, from the skinniest person to the fattest person. Every single person has a life, and that's precious. and think how you think. It's not think how you think. Basically, if people are mocking you, I used to laugh it off. I used to go, huh, thanks. And they used to look at me going, you just said thanks to being insulted? And it was literally, it fucked with their brain cells. It fucked with their brains. But yeah, when anybody used to insult me, I used to thank them. And it used to fuck with their brain cells. And they used to be sat there like, what the fuck? It fucked with their, it was like reverse psychology. Life is incredible value. It is. Most people that see themselves out of the dark don't realise. Most people that, you know, commit suicide, for example, most young people that commit suicide don't realise that what affects you now won't affect you in 10 years' time. Like, I told this to a person. Hello, Wasim Pashi, welcome to the stream. So I told this to someone in my Discord server who basically was saying about he didn't want to live, and I asked him his age, and he was like 13, and I said, what makes you upset at 13 necessarily won't make you upset in a few years' time. Like, somebody insulting you now necessarily might not insult you then. Like, when I was 13, I was really short, so a lot of you guys were probably taller than I was when I was 13. When I was 13, I was 13, 14, I was 5 foot, 5'1". And people used to mock me for being short. And people used to bully me all the time. And I never got like that. And basically, what happened? 2 years later, I left school and I haven't seen any of those bullies again. Because everyone goes their separate ways. After you leave school, bullying, the bullying that you would face drops exponentially. Because I said, everything changes. Life is about change. What affects you when you're 13 necessarily doesn't affect you the same way when you're an adult. So, for example, I'm 23 in 22 days. I'm 23 in 22 days. What I was bullied for when I was 13, I don't care about now. What I was bullied for when I was 16, necessarily, I don't care about now. Oh, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. I don't absolutely care at all. I don't care at all. I had people telling me I wouldn't amount to anything, and now I've got a Bachelor of Science degree. So you can prove everything wrong. You can prove everybody wrong. You can prove everybody wrong. You can prove the doubters wrong, and that's the point. That's what life's like. Life is a challenge. Not caring is the best thing. No, it's not. Not caring is the reason we've got serial killers and things like that, serial murderers, and you know that's how dictatorships cause. That's how dictatorships take over. Most dictators are a tad psychopathic. They lack empathy for other people. A dictator in Africa back in the 70s said that we have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom after you speak. Yeah, 100%. Like, you're already seeing it with what's going on in Ukraine. Russia invading Ukraine is basically the last invasion. The last invasion of another country in Europe was Germany, Poland in 1939. I think you're starting to see something similar, whereas Germany believed Poland was ethnically part of Germany, whereas Russia think Ukraine is part of Russia. Basically, it's like Germany wanted to create a greater Germany. Russia wanted to reform the Soviet Union. If, in a way, that's sort of what it's alleged that they want to do. Which is why other countries, if Ukraine falls, what about some of the other countries that were in Europe that were once part of the Soviet Union, like Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, were forcefully annexed. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were literally forced into the Soviet Union. Lol, you're the only streamer streaming. I know. I'm the only streamer streaming. Really? I was about to say, I was joking then when I said that. No, I didn't know that. But yeah, I think in the future we need to have something. We need to have the United Nations needs to have more power. Nice word. You remind me of SB737's Awesome Warriors, if you're familiar with that. I am familiar with that. He inspired me. Stamp inspired me, and a few other Minecraft legacy YouTubers inspired me. Yeah, I've been subscribed to SB737 since he had like 30k or something like that. The best streamer streaming. I wouldn't say I'm the best streamer, but I definitely think I'm in the top one. I'm joking, guys. I'm not. Yeah. But the Baltics will not be invaded because Latvia is part of NATO. If Russia were to invade Latvia, then I don't know about America under Trump. I'm a bit worried about that. I don't think he'd give a damn. But they should because America's NATO. But Europe would. Your Xbox graphics. This isn't an Xbox. This is Nintendo Switch. This isn't. Yeah, the Baltic. If the Baltics are invaded, then NATO would have to get involved because most of them are NATO. It's like No, you don't. I haven't had an update since 2017. So I've just been playing 8 years. I've just played 8 years on this world with no updates. I've built a lot of stuff though, guys. I've built a lot of stuff. Because it's Christmas, we've been building in the Winter Wonderland. Yeah, but Legacy Xbox 360 was the first Legacy console edition. Switch was the last. You should export it to Bedrock. I have. I've made a Realm copy of this world for channel members. For channel members that buy the Realm subscription, that buy the Realm membership, they can play on this world. But I'm keeping a copy on Legacy because I just love Legacy. So we've just built an ice castle right here. We just built an ice castle earlier on today. We built this little ice castle. We're going to do a video. Legacy cons. This is the Legacy. This is our Legacy castle. We've got a snow watchtower, an ice watchtower, the Christmas tree, sugar canes. We have the old snow globe, and then we have a new snow globe. Which the new snow globe, that snow globe was built in 2019. I built a better one in 2022, and I think I'm gonna go over there, guys. I'm almost at 1,000 views on this stream, guys. So I want to hit 40,000 views this month. I want to get 40,000 views this month because if we get 40,000 views this month, we end whatever games. On Thursdays, I do Lego games. On Thursdays, I do Lego games. I do games from my childhood. So, I do Lego games from my childhood. So, I do Climate of Joe's Throwback Thursday on a Thursday. On a Thursday, I do Climate of Joe's Throwback Thursday. I didn't do it yesterday because I was a little busy. We're going to do 25 years and 25 days at Christmas on this Minecraft world. So this is a live episode. That's a snow globe, guys. That is a snow globe. But yeah, so is Swiss Rex still here? I don't know if Swiss Rex is still watching the stream. But yeah, I understand what it's like to be... Do you watch the Premier League? I do, which is why I've named my... I do, because I support Everton, so... I do watch the Premier League because I am British and I do support Everton, so... yeah, I do watch the Premier League. Which is why I've named it that. I've named it after I've named all my channel membership tiers after the English leagues. I might need to change it in the future and make... perhaps I'll make Perhaps I'll make it League. Perhaps I'll make League One, League Two, Premier League Championship, and then bring out a new tier on top. Arsenal are winning it this year, I think, because at the moment they've lost one game. They've lost one game from 14. They've drew 1-10, drew 3. They've got 5 points on second, on the team in second. I think at the moment I don't see Arsenal slipping. At the moment I don't see Arsenal slipping, but I do see the likes of Man City, Chelsea slipping. Chelsea slipped up the other day, actually. Chelsea slipped up the other day. In fact, not being funny, guys, Everton could be in there. Everton could be in there, to be honest. Everton are only 7 points off second. Everton could be in there, to be honest. It's really tight this year. Well, no, I'm joking, but I said, for all you know, look, it could be very different. I'm joking, but there's like everybody from 10th to 2nd is like 8 points. It's like 7 points. I think. You know, even Everton could be up there. Like, literally, this reminds me of the 2021 season. The 2020-21 season, everyone from 10th to 3rd was 10 points. Here, let me find it. 20/21 Premier League table. Here it goes. Here it is. This season was mainly behind closed doors. Right, this is the table here. Here we go. Manchester City had 86 points. Man United had 74. Liverpool had 69. Chelsea had 67. Leicester had 66. West Ham had 65. Basically, everybody from 3rd to 10th was 10 points. Like Everton were second. What about Liverpool giving a comeback? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think Liverpool are going to win the league. I don't think Liverpool are going to do quite well. I think Liverpool are going to collapse. I think Liverpool are going to collapse because they drew with Sunderland. I'm from India. Cool. They drew with Sunderland, but Liverpool shipped too many goals. Liverpool don't score enough goals at the moment, and they ship too many. If you get what I mean, like Liverpool have shipped too many goals. Liverpool's policy this season, Liverpool very much feels like a team this season that will just try and outscore you, and that's what Man City used to do about 10 years ago. Roughly 10 or 11 years ago, Man City used to never keep a clean sheet, but they used to just outscore teams. So basically, if they scored 1, Man City would score 2. If they scored 3, Man City would try and score 4. Literally, it was basically that they would just outscore you. And that's what I see with Liverpool. But the problem with Liverpool this season is it's like we'll just outscore you, but then they concede too many goals and then can't score. Well, no, you shouldn't sack him. You shouldn't sack him. The problem with Liverpool is that the problem with Liverpool is that half the squad's getting old. Like, Virgil van Dijk's past it. He's not the best defender in the world anymore. I don't think he was I don't think he was ever the best defender in the Premier League. I always thought it. I thought he was the best Premier League defender in the last few years. In like 2019 to 2024, I thought he was all right, but. Yeah, I don't think he's ever been the best defender outright. I think John Terry was the best defender outright. Personally. They're too old. Yeah. That's the problem though, Liverpool's the same as Man United were 13 years ago. Man United after Sir Alex Ferguson left, Man United, the problem with David Moyes, the current Everton manager, he left Everton in 2013 to take over at Man United to replace Sir Alex Ferguson. David Moyes was given a Man United squad that was ageing, and of course he had to try and rebuild Manchester United. But no manager that's taken over after someone that had a legacy has ever continued, that's ever survived. So, do you get what I mean? No man in the English football system, in English football league history since 1888, no manager has ever succeeded after if they were a successor. No football manager has ever succeeded after someone has been there for a while. So, Brian Clough failed at Leeds United. After taking over from Don Revie, who'd been there 13 years. Billy Bingham failed at Everton after replacing Harry Catterick, who'd been at Everton 12 years. Frank Clark failed at Nottingham Forest after replacing Brian Clough, who'd been there for 18 years. David Moyes failed at Manchester United after replacing Sir Alex Ferguson, who'd been there 26 years. Like, no football manager who's taken over after someone that was very, very, very successful. If they retire, who plays? Recompensate. Well, they don't recompensate. If you retire, you retire. If you retire, you retire. There's no recompensation. Like, they knew what they were doing. There's no compensation there. If you retire, you retire. The thing is, Liverpool knew what they were doing. Liverpool extended Mo Salah's contract. They base it. Oh, I don't know. I'm an Everton fan. I'm a fan of the rival. I'm a fan of their City rivals, so I wouldn't know. I thought they played shit against West Ham though as well. I thought they played shit against West Ham. They were just lucky that West Ham couldn't score. And their goalkeeper played quite well. And Liverpool's goalkeeper played quite well. They were lucky against Everton. Really. Everton were getting into the groove and the referee blew the whistle. Without adding extra... Everton's manager, David Moyes, went ballistic because there should have been more added time in the Merseyside derby. In the Merseyside derby, there should have been an extra 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, you got to think though, Alisson's pushing 30. Liverpool's problem is half their players are pushing 30. That was the problem with Manchester United. Like, you know, Andy Robertson's pushing is 30. Trent Alexander-Arnold was 28 and he's left. I couldn't believe the way they treated him. He's not that old. He's like 31. Goalkeepers can last longer though. Goalkeepers can play longer. Trent Alexander-Arnold though, the Liverpool fans should have showed him more respect because he still helped them win the league. And it's not as if they didn't know his contract was expiring. As an Everton fan, I really hoped that he'd score and celebrate. That actually happened a few years ago. Michael Owen, Liverpool treated him like shit. They sold him to Real Madrid with the promise that they would sign him back a year later, and they didn't. And he always felt that they didn't hold up to their end of the deal because he didn't want to leave Liverpool. So when he come back to England, he was offered the chance of signing for Everton or Man United, and he opted for Manchester United. And so he knew that he was going to get hated. He knew that the Michael Owen knew that Everton fans was going to and Liverpool fans was going to hate him because he had the chance of going to he was offered the chance of going to Stoke, Man United or Everton, and he opted for Manchester United. And he considered Everton, didn't want to go to Stoke because that was a relegation battle, and he scored for Manchester United against Liverpool and celebrated like crazy because they treated him like shit. Because the fans treated him like shit. But, fair play to him. I really hoped that Alexander-Arnold would have done that. Like, he played there for 20 years. He played there from when he was 7 to 27. Look, the shit they gave him was honestly just disrespectful. The shit they gave him was disrespectful. That's like some people even defiled his mural. And the thing is, though, as well, I can tell that it wasn't a Liverpool fan from Liverpool. No Liverpool fan from Liverpool would actually do that. It's the same as Liverpool fans a few years ago set fire to Dixie Dean, Everton's greatest player's statue. And Liverpool's greatest ever manager's granddaughter, Bill Shankly's granddaughter, went ballistic at him. Went ballistic on social media because Bill Shankly was Dixie Dean's best friend. And yeah, he said if he'd have found out, if he'd have still been alive, he'd have been there with a bucket of water, putting it out, and then chasing down whoever set it alight. And it's just an interesting case. But yeah, sometimes with football though, guys, people don't think. It's like when Jordan Pickford injured Virgil van Dijk in 2020. Somebody in 2020, when Jordan Pickford injured Virgil van Dijk in the Merseyside derby, somebody threatened to go to Liverpool and murder his kid. But that's just wrong. Like, what's the kid got to do with it? What happens on a football pitch should stay on a football pitch. I say that as an Everton fan because Everton had a striker that was sent off for an incident on a football pitch. Duncan Ferguson, who was Everton's striker for nearly 10 years, almost went to prison. Looking around in Legacy doesn't look so weird. It's because my sensitivity is really low. It's because my game sensitivity is really, really low. Graphics. It's because my game sensitivity is really low. It's like my game sensitivity, game options there. It's because my game sensitivity is really low. Well, it's because my game sensitivity is really, really low, so I can put this really higher. I can put this a lot higher where it makes it a bit more. I can do it a bit higher. Yeah, it's basically the sensitivity is lower, so I prefer my sensitivity lower, so it's smoother. Some of this I find it too quick. When I see people doing that, I'm like, it's too quick. But then you could do it the other way, guys. You could do it the other way. we could put it down, so we could do this. We could do this, so turn-in takes a country age. Oh, I worked this out, by the way. Hello Chernobyl man, welcome to the stream. I worked out the other way. I worked out the other day, guys. I worked out a while back, if you were to go onto the lowest sensitivity and turn, it would take us like 4 hours. This will take, to make a complete rotation, this will take us 4 hours. Like, literally. If we were to go and turn like this... RAM prices, yeah, Pixel King, who watches the stream, said that about RAM prices being really high. I wasn't aware though, because I don't really look at that stuff, because I don't look at that stuff because I'm not very good with tech. Also, we have a question. Yeah, what's your question? What is my favorite meme? What's my favorite meme? I don't know. I can't say what my favorite meme is because I made it myself. I made a Home Alone meme, which I can't legally show you on stream, guys. It is in the Discord server, guys. One of my I like offensive memes, so I find offensive memes quite funny sometimes. I made a quite offensive meme, and it's in my Discord server, guys, but I can't show you. I'm probably gonna go to hell for the meme. I'm probably going to hell. I sent it to Decepted once and said I'm going to hell, and me and Decepted used to. So, well, let me find it. Me and Decepted quite often have offensive meme-offs. Me and Decepted quite often have offensive meme-offs, where basically. Oh, did I get rid of it? I thought we. Oh, I'll have to put it in. Me and Decepted do a thing sometimes where we have like offensive meme offs, where basically whoever creates basically me and Decepted would have like meme offs, if you get what I mean. So basically, whoever makes the worst meme is the winner. So I'm gonna put it in memes, guys. I'm gonna put it in memes. And there is another one which I'll put in later on. Is my audio muted? I'll put it in memes. So basically, me and Deceptive would have a thing called like an offensive meme off. So if people are offended, it's just a meme. It's just a meme. It's not a. Yeah, if people are offended, it's just a meme. I'll put 2 in then. I'll put 2 in. Yeah, if anyone is offended, it is just a meme. Like, I don't condone it. I don't condone any of the events that we've used, any of the clips that we've used in the meme. Is it in memes? Yeah, I've put 2. I've put 2 in there. I've used. One of them's like a Lord of the Rings meme, and one of them's a Home Alone meme. Basically, we were just having me and Decepted were just doing something called like a meme off, where we would create memes. It was me and Decepted would create like me and him would try and create and we would have a challenge to who could basically annoy each other with the worst meme, with the worst like bad meme. So ironically, I didn't win. Yeah. Like, nobody hate me for this meme. Nobody hate me for this meme. Like, it was just that I was sat there and I was bored and I thought I'm gonna make something, and then I saw a clip from Home Alone pop up, and then a really bad meme popped into my head. I know it was bad. It's bad, but the clip it just popped into my head as something. It popped into my head as something quite funny. It was just that the clips worked. I just watched it then. Yeah, the clips worked together, and they shouldn't have. But by law, they shouldn't have worked. Ironically, one came out before the other. One of the clips used came out in 2001. One came out in 2002, and ironically, one. Yeah. The Lord of the Rings one is not as bad, depending where you are in the world. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings one ain't as bad, depending where you are in the world. Well, I suppose, but if you're in that place that you love the one before, if you're in that place you love the one before, if you're in that place you love the one afterwards. It's yeah, they're bad. They're bad memes, but I do like memes, but I find like offensive ones quite funny sometimes. I found one the other day, and it was an AI. It was German soldiers during the Second World War made in Britain, but they were in dinghies, obviously highlighting illegal immigrants entering the UK and on across the English Channel on dinghies. Why aren't the British firing at us? Because they think we're doctors, nurses, and teachers. Sir, the boats are coming in. Don't fire. We think they're doctors and nurses and teachers. And then it suddenly goes thing. The Germans get off the boat and just take over Britain. And it was taking the piss. The Germans were hiding as illegal immigrants too. Which I did crack up, because I'm like, that's probably what they would do nowadays. If someone was invading the UK nowadays, they probably would disguise themselves as that. Like a Trojan horse. Do you guys know this history of the Trojan horse? The Greeks. The Greeks hiding in the fighting, getting defeated, so they made a horse. They made a Trojan horse as a gift. And then obviously they took it inside as a gift. They took it inside as a gift. And now the soldiers were in the war, so they opened the doors open. They now opened the doors and won the battle. Yeah. We're almost at 1,000 views on this stream. Yes. Nobody hate me for that meme. Sometimes memes have to be made, I think. But there's probably worse ones you could do. Have you guys ever seen the Lego meme about Tiananmen Square that says sets not available in China? There's a worse one called about Lego UK. Lego City. Let me find that one. That was pretty good. Have you guys seen this one? Have you guys seen this meme? It's pretty good. Oh God, my eye. That's what I want. There we go. Here's a good one. That's the meme I want. No, I'm just going to close that down. You playing PS3? No, Nintendo Switch. There we go. So, let's just clear some of these things down. guys, I mean, we've got a load of American people in this live stream. I've got a question for you guys. I've got a question for every American person on here. I got a question. I got a really weird comment this morning. I got a really weird yeah, Nintendo Switch has Minecraft. It just doesn't have this version anymore because this version was taken off, but because it got discontinued. Yeah, so all the American people watching my stream, I had a really weird comment this morning where a person in my stream keeps asking me, this person in my stream keeps asking me if I would make him a US ambassador for my YouTube channel because no one wants to watch, because no American wants to watch a British person stream Minecraft. Do American people hate British people or something? Or is that guy just barking up the wrong beanstalk? Because I'm 100% convinced that America love Britain. I'm an example of one. Yeah, but I'm 100% convinced that no American hates Britain, because America loves British films. They love British film stars. They love the British royal family to the point of, I think America actually wants a royal family. In fact, the British royal family actually costs more. I love your streams and videos. Oh, thank you. It's really kind of you. Yeah, it's a weird one. Great Britain, though. It's a weird one. The British royal family costs the US taxpayer less than the US president. And that's genuinely true. How much? This was it. Yeah. This is true. The US president actually costs more, the American taxpayer, more than the British royal family costs the taxpayer. Queen Elizabeth II in 2015, the Queen Elizabeth II cost the UK taxpayer £30 million a year. Obama cost the US taxpayer £4 billion a year. 4 billion, 30 million. And they say monarchies are they say republics are better. It costs more. They cost more. I'm joking. But yeah, the US president costs the US taxpayer pays more tax for the expenses of the US president than the British taxpayer pays for the UK Prime Minister, the UK monarch. The royal family, on average, every year costs the UK taxpayer 86 million, and that's everything. That their income, their security, staff, and things like that. The US president is the US president globally. The US president's security costs £500 million alone. That's just incredible, and that was this year. The UK of the British royal family was £86 million this year. The US presidents are over £1 billion. I just don't get that. I don't get how the UK royal families cost less to the taxpayer than the the British royal family than the US president, because the US president's one person. The British royal family could be 30, 40 people. Could be, you know, it's cousins. It's the king's brother. I mean, you know, the King Charles III has 3 brothers, 1 sister. They've all got two kids. Some of their kids have got kids. Some of their kids have now got kids. So that's a lot of people. Except it costs a lot less. Interesting. Welcome, Algerian. Welcome. I'm going to change your name, actually. I'm going to change your name to what your YouTube name is, so I know it's you. So if you comment anything, I know it's you. We're 89 views away. We're 89 views away from hitting 7,000. Yeah, he's over 30. He's over 13. Yeah, basically the reason Eggs asked that is Discord is for people 13 years and up, very explicitly so. So it's a thing that we've sometimes got to check, but you shouldn't have to worry about it. I've got cramp in my foot. Jesus, my account on Discord is 7 years old next year. I created it in 2019. Bloody hell. Oh, God. Oh. 916 of you have watched this stream. Jesus. Yeah, I wanted to hit 40,000 views this month. It'd be nice if we could do that, guys. Because basically, we're not that far. We're not that far off 400,000 views for this totally for this whole year, and we're 72 subscribers off it in 7,600. We're not that far off hitting 7,000, so I used to silver core, so yeah. 919 920 of you. I'm just looking at how many views we got this month. I want to see if we could hit 8k 40k this month. We are literally we've got 6,000 guys, but with this stream nearly at 1,000, that's basically 7,000. So that's 30. We're 30,000 away. Ooh. And we've been streaming for 5 hours. Incredible. I'm probably going to end this stream soon, guys, because I've been streaming for 5 hours. But I'm going to film some content for you guys for next week. We are going to stream next week, but I want to bring out some YouTube videos for you guys. I'm going to stream some... I'm going to film some legacy contents. I'm going to film some content for you guys. We're probably going to do like 50 videos this month. 50. Because it's Christmas, and I love every single one of you here, so I'm giving you guys a huge Christmas. Because it's basically my gift to you guys. Right, so I think I love absolutely every person on these who watches these streams, because you guys have, well, you guys have given me purpose, guys. You guys, man, fined for calling neighbour fat. I mean, that's not something to fine someone for, is it? Thank you, Aggie. That's really kind of you. Man fined for calling neighbour fat. I mean, is that something to fine someone for? To be honest, French and English are similar, because France and England were at war with each other for were at war with each other for so long that some of their words, some English words, hails from French, some English words hails from the Romans, some English word hails from the Welsh. It's basically like an epiphany. It's like a cauldron. You just put a load of cultures in, just spun it around and said, here, English. Here's English. They span it in a cauldron. We're at 927, guys. £1 in French means two things. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. 927. Well, pound means two things in English. Pounds can be your weight, and it can also be your currency. I wish I could speak more languages. I can only speak English. I can say hello, my name is Joe in I can say hello, my name is Joe in Russian and French, but apart from that, I wish I could speak more languages. Maybe because my real language. Cool. Yeah, I never learned Spanish in school because my school got rid of Spanish. We had 2 lessons of Spanish, which we found more easier than French, and then they got rid of Spanish. That day we were all frustrated. It's the same with English, though. Like the British is Scottish. The British language is Scottish, English, Welsh, Irish. 930. I can say hello. I can say konnichiwa, which is hello, but that's the only thing I know. Anyway, guys, I'm going to end this stream. I'm not going to, because I've been streaming for 5 hours. So thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you all in the next one. Goodbye.